Welcome to the channel. We are grateful to have you joining this peaceful space. Before we begin, I invite you to subscribe, activate the bell icon, and leave a gentle comment with your thoughts or requests for future stories. Now, settle in, relax your shoulders, and let the soothing rhythm of this journey carry you toward a peaceful night's sleep. Please close your eyes, get comfortable, and let your breathing slow down. Feel the weight of your body gently sinking into the bed as if the mattress were a quiet shore and you are slowly resting along a calm riverbank. Night comes gently to the far northern edge of the Han Empire. It does not arrive as an event, but as a gradual softening of the world. Colors fade without urgency. The sharp lines of daytime dissolve into rounded shapes, and the land seems to exhale. Above the frontier, the sky stretches wide and unbroken, holding no stars at first, only depth and stillness. Along the border settlements, small lamps are lit one after another. The act is unremarkable, repeated every evening, carried out with steady hands that know exactly how much oil to pour and how long a wick should be. The flames flicker briefly, then settle into a calm, steady glow. They do not illuminate much. They are not meant to. Their purpose is reassurance, not brightness. These frontier villages exist in a state of quiet endurance. They are not temporary, yet they never feel entirely secure. Houses are built low to the ground, walls thick enough to resist wind and cold. Storage rooms are carefully sealed. Tools are repaired rather than replaced. Everything here reflects an understanding that resources arrive slowly and must be respected. During the day, life follows familiar rhythms. Fields are tended methodically. Animals are moved with care. Children learn early how to stay close, how to listen, how to notice changes in sound and movement. At night, voices soften, not because danger is always present, but because silence has become part of daily life. Beyond the final rows of cultivated land begins a different world. The steppe stretches outward in long, shallow waves, uninterrupted by fences or roads. It is a landscape defined by movement rather than ownership. Grass grows where it can. Water appears and disappears with the seasons. Paths form, fade, and reform elsewhere. For those who live at the edge of the empire, this openness is familiar, yet it never feels fully known. For generations, pressure has come from this direction. Mounted groups emerge without warning, moving swiftly across distances that feel impossible to settled communities. Sometimes they arrive in small numbers, testing defenses. Sometimes they come in force. Rarely do they linger. Their strength lies in motion. They strike, withdraw, and vanish back into the land that supports them. The damage they cause is often measured rather than catastrophic. A field trampled, livestock taken, a family forced to relocate. These losses accumulate quietly. Season after season, repairs become routine. Vigilance becomes habit. Fear, when it appears, is brief and controlled, quickly folded back into daily responsibility. The soldiers stationed along the frontier understand this rhythm deeply. Many have served here for years. They know that most nights pass without incident, and that calm is not a sign of safety, but simply the absence of immediate threat. Watchtowers rise at measured intervals. placed for visibility rather than dominance. From their platforms, guards scan the horizon patiently, not expecting action, but ready for it. Far away, the capital feels removed from this quiet tension. Its streets are wide and orderly. Markets hum with trade. Administrative halls echo with formal speech. Yet the frontier is never absent from imperial attention. Reports arrive regularly, carried by messengers who have crossed rivers, plains, and mountain passes to deliver them. These documents are precise, restrained, and repetitive. They describe raids, movements, weather conditions, and supply needs. They note patterns rather than emotions. Losses are recorded without embellishment. But taken together, these reports form a persistent message. The northern pressure is not a temporary disturbance. It is structural. The ruler of the Han Empire reads these accounts carefully. He understands that traditional responses have limits. Walls slow movement, but cannot stop it. Campaigns require resources that are difficult to sustain indefinitely. Victory, when achieved, does not last. The steppe resists permanent control. Gradually, a different line of thought begins to develop. It does not replace defense, but it extends beyond it. Instead of focusing solely on the nomadic groups closest to the border, the court begins to ask broader questions. Where do these people come from? Who pressures them? Who trades with them? Who benefits from their movement? Information from traders and envoys gains new importance. Stories once dismissed as distant curiosities are reconsidered. Accounts speak of peoples far to the west who were themselves displaced by steppe powers. These groups are said to have settled in fertile valleys, building stable communities beyond the reach of constant raids. Names are recorded, distances estimated, goods listed. The West begins to appear not as an empty horizon, but as a series of connected regions. These places are imperfectly understood, but they are no longer invisible. This shift does not happen loudly. There is no proclamation. Life at the frontier continues unchanged. Farmers plant and harvest. Soldiers stand watch. Merchants travel cautiously along known roads. Yet beneath this continuity, the empire's attention is slowly expanding. The idea forming is simple, yet profound. Perhaps security does not come only from resistance. Perhaps stability might also come from connection. If the pressures on the frontier are part of a wider system of movement, then understanding that system may offer options that force alone cannot provide. At night, the lamps continue to burn. Their light remains small and contained, but in their steadiness, there is meaning. They mark presence. They mark patience. Beyond them lies darkness, but also distance. And within that distance, possibilities not yet defined. Those who keep watch cannot know what will follow. They cannot imagine caravans, exchange, or routes stretching across continents. They know only their immediate world, wind against wood, stars slowly appearing overhead, the long passage of time. History, in this moment, moves quietly, shaped not by ambition, but by careful attention to what lies just beyond the edge. Morning comes quietly to the frontier. Light spreads slowly across the land, not as a sudden brightness, but as a gentle revealing of shapes that were already there. The watchtowers remain in place, unchanged, their wooden frames holding the memory of night. Guards step down from their platforms, stretching stiff limbs, handing responsibility to the next shift. Nothing remarkable occurs, and yet, even in this ordinary transition from night to day, the long tension of the border remains. In the villages, people begin their routines. Fires are lit for cooking, tools are gathered, animals are led out to graze. These movements are practiced and calm, shaped by repetition rather than urgency. Life here depends on consistency. The land does not forgive haste. Crops grow only when tended patiently, and defenses hold only when maintained steadily. At the same time, far from this quiet edge, another kind of routine unfolds in the administrative heart of the empire. Courtiers assemble, scribes prepare brushes and ink. Documents are reviewed in an order that reflects hierarchy and protocol. Among reports on taxation, irrigation, and internal affairs, the frontier dispatches take their place. They are no longer surprising. They are expected. What has begun to change is not the content of these messages, but the way they are read. Where once each report stood alone, now they are compared side by side. Patterns are sought. Similarities across seasons and years are noted. The movement of people beyond the border begins to look less random and more systematic. The empire has always valued knowledge. Accurate calendars, detailed records, and standardized measures are foundations of governance. In the same spirit, information about distant lands is gathered carefully. Traders who return from the edges of known routes are questioned, not aggressively, but attentively. Their accounts are written down, discussed, and compared. Discrepancies are noted. Over time, a clearer picture begins to emerge. It becomes apparent that the nomadic groups pressing on the northern frontier are not acting in isolation. They, too, are responding to pressures beyond their control. Climate shifts, competition for grazing land, and conflicts with other mobile groups push them outward. Their raids are not merely acts of aggression, they are symptoms of a wider imbalance. This realization does not bring immediate solutions, but it alters perspective. The frontier is no longer seen only as a line to be defended. It is understood as part of a broader landscape of movement, stretching far beyond the empire's direct reach. To understand this landscape, the court must look outward rather than inward. Maps begin to change. Where once the western regions were marked with vague notes or left blank, scribes now add names gathered from foreign tongues. Distances are estimated using travel times described by merchants. Rivers, mountains, and deserts are sketched with increasing confidence. The West slowly gains form. Among the names recorded are those of displaced peoples said to have settled far from the steppe. These communities are described as living in valleys where water flows reliably, where agriculture is possible, and where trade routes converge. They are no longer constantly moving. They have something to protect, and therefore something to negotiate with. The idea of reaching these distant groups is discussed carefully. Such an effort would require resources, patience, and risk. The routes are uncertain. The political realities are unclear. Failure is possible. Yet the potential benefits are significant. An alliance, even an informal one, could alter the balance of power along the frontier. At the frontier itself, these deliberations are invisible. Soldiers continue to drill, farmers continue to work, yet subtle changes occur even here. Supply depots are expanded slightly. Roads leading westward are inspected and repaired more regularly. These are small actions, easy to overlook, but they reflect preparation. Merchants notice these changes first. Those who travel between settlements sense a shift in attention. Officials ask more detailed questions about where goods come from and where they go. Items once considered curiosities, foreign textiles, unusual metals, unfamiliar ornaments, are examined with interest rather than dismissed. Trade at this stage remains local and limited. Exchanges occur between neighboring regions, carried out cautiously and often quietly. But the concept of exchange itself begins to stretch. Goods are no longer seen only as objects of use or luxury. They are recognized as carriers of information. Each item hints at the route it traveled, the hands it passed through, the value assigned to it elsewhere. This understanding spreads gradually. It is not announced, but it influences decision-making. When discussions turn to the West, they are no longer abstract. They are grounded in material evidence. Silk garments seen far from their place of origin, coins bearing unfamiliar markings, stories repeated independently by people who have never met. The emperor listens to these developments with measured interest. He is aware that reaching outward carries risk. Envoys could fail to return. Resources could be lost. The steppe does not become less dangerous simply because it is better understood. And yet, the alternative, endless reaction without adaptation, offers no resolution. A quiet decision takes shape. The empire will seek knowledge directly rather than relying solely on second-hand accounts. This does not mean conquest. It does not mean immediate trade. It means observation, contact, and careful assessment. A single mission, undertaken with caution, could provide clarity that years of speculation cannot. The selection of such an envoy requires care. The individual must be loyal, patient, and capable of learning. He must be able to observe without provoking, to remember without embellishing, and to endure long periods of uncertainty. These qualities are valued quietly, not celebrated loudly. While this decision matures, the frontier continues its steady existence. Seasons change, grass grows and fades, the wind shifts direction. People adapt as they always have. Yet history, unseen, is beginning to move along paths not yet defined. The lamps that burn at night still cast their limited circles of light. Beyond them, the steppe remains vast and silent. But now, in the minds of those who govern, that silence is no longer empty. It is filled with questions, connections, and the possibility that distance itself might one day be bridged. Nothing dramatic marks this moment. No caravan departs yet. No treaty is signed. There is only a growing awareness that the world extends further than once believed, and that understanding it may require walking into uncertainty rather than standing against it. In this calm interval, before action begins, the empire pauses. It gathers its thoughts, its records, its patience. The road has not yet formed, but the first step toward it is being considered. And like the frontier knights themselves, This consideration is quiet, deliberate, and unhurried. The decision, once it exists, does not rush forward. It settles into the routines of the court the way dust settles on a shelf, quietly, evenly, without drawing attention to itself. No proclamation announces a new direction. No banner is raised. Instead, the intention to look west becomes part of the empire's ordinary administrative life, discussed in measured tones and refined through careful consideration. In the capital, mornings continue to unfold in predictable order. Officials arrive in their assigned sequence. Courtyards fill briefly with footsteps, then empty again as doors close and discussions begin. Scrolls are unrolled, brushes are dipped. Among the many matters requiring attention, one topic now returns again and again, always approached from a slightly different angle. What lies beyond the step, and how might it be reached without provoking unnecessary conflict? The court understands that ignorance carries its own risks. To remain unaware of distant forces shaping the frontier is to accept perpetual surprise. Yet knowledge cannot be seized quickly. It must be approached patiently, with respect for complexity. The West is not a single place, and it cannot be understood through a single story. It is a sequence of regions, peoples, and conditions, each influencing the next. To prepare for any outward movement, the empire first turns inward, examining what it already knows. Archives are consulted, old records are reviewed. Mentions of distant lands, once considered marginal, are brought forward and reconsidered. Some are clearly unreliable, shaped more by imagination than experience. Others, however, align closely with recent accounts from traders and border officials. These consistencies are noted carefully. At the same time, attention is given to practical matters. Routes leaving the frontier are studied. Seasonal conditions are discussed. Officials who have served in border regions are consulted, asked to describe terrain, climate, and the behavior of nomadic groups during different times of year. Their testimony is valued not for drama, but for detail, where water can be found, where movement slows, where visibility improves or worsens. This process is methodical and unhurried. It reflects an understanding that preparation itself is a form of protection. To move without preparation would invite failure, and failure at such distance could not be easily corrected. The idea of sending a representative beyond the step brings with it a recognition of vulnerability. An envoy traveling west would pass through lands not governed by hand law. He would depend on hospitality, negotiation, and adaptability. His safety could not be guaranteed by force alone. Therefore, the choice of individual becomes central. The qualities sought are specific. Physical endurance is necessary, but not sufficient. The envoy must observe more than he speaks. He must remember precisely what he sees, without distortion. He must understand that silence can be as valuable as questions, and that patience often reveals more than urgency. Loyalty to the court is assumed, but flexibility of mind is essential. Discussions about suitable candidates occur discreetly. Names are mentioned, considered, and sometimes set aside without explanation. The process is not competitive. There is no reward attached to the assignment, no promise of honor or advancement. It is understood that the task is demanding and uncertain. Only those willing to accept that uncertainty without complaint are considered seriously. While these considerations unfold, life at the frontier continues with little visible change. Yet subtle signs of preparation appear. Supply inventories are adjusted. Certain materials are set aside. Horses suitable for long-distance travel are identified and tested. These actions are small and dispersed, designed not to attract attention. Merchants, as always, notice shifts before others do. They hear questions that were not asked before. Officials inquire about lands further west than usual. They ask not only what goods are traded, but how transactions are arranged, what languages are spoken, what customs are observed. Answers are recorded carefully, without comment. Trade remains limited and cautious, but its symbolic importance grows. Objects moving across distance become evidence of connection. A piece of fabric that has traveled far carries with it proof that routes exist, even if they are fragmented and informal. Each such object suggests that distance, while challenging, is not absolute. Within the court, a deeper understanding begins to form. The frontier pressure faced by the empire is not unique. Other peoples, further west, have faced similar challenges and adapted in different ways. Some have chosen movement, others have chosen settlement, some have chosen negotiation. These choices shape their relationships with neighbors and with the land itself. This realization encourages humility. The empire, for all its organization and resources, is not isolated from broader patterns. It is one participant in a complex landscape of movement and adaptation. To act wisely, it must listen as much as it asserts. The envoy's mission, as it is slowly defined, reflects this philosophy. He will not travel to demand allegiance or impose authority. He will travel to observe, to learn, and to report. His task is to see clearly and return safely, bringing back information that can inform future decisions. There is no illusion that this single journey will resolve frontier challenges. At best, it will illuminate them. At worst, it will reveal new complications. Both outcomes are considered acceptable. Uncertainty is preferable to ignorance. As preparations continue, the court maintains its usual rhythm. Other matters occupy attention. Harvests must be managed, laws enforced, rituals observed. The West remains only one concern among many, but it is no longer peripheral. It has entered the empire's field of vision. At night, when discussions end and lamps are extinguished within the palace, the frontier lamps continue to burn as they always have. Their light still reaches only a short distance, but now, in the minds of those who govern, that limited light no longer marks the edge of relevance. Beyond it lies not merely danger, but information waiting to be gathered. The world remains vast, quiet, and largely unknown. The empire does not seek to change that all at once. It seeks only to take a careful step forward, guided by patience rather than urgency. The road has not yet been walked, but it is beginning to exist, first as an idea, then as preparation, and soon as movement. In this moment, before departure, nothing outwardly dramatic occurs. The value of the moment lies precisely in its calm. History often turns not at points of conflict, but at points of attention when a society chooses to look outward and listen. Here, at the edge of the known world, that choice has quietly been made. Time passes in small, almost invisible increments. Days follow days, and the routines of the empire continue to flow with practiced ease. Yet within this continuity, the intention to look west grows more defined. It is no longer merely an idea examined from different angles. It has begun to take shape as a task that must be carried by a person step by step across distance and uncertainty. In the capital, attention turns quietly towards selection. The court understands that sending a messenger beyond the frontier is not a symbolic act, it is a practical one. The success of such a mission depends less on ceremony and more on judgment. The individual chosen will represent the empire without the protection of its walls or armies. He will carry authority only in his conduct and credibility only in his words. Names are considered carefully, not announced, not debated publicly, but weighed in private conversations among senior officials. Records are consulted, service histories reviewed. Attention is given not only to rank, but to temperament. Some candidates are dismissed because they are too rigid, too accustomed to command. Others because they are too ambitious, too eager for recognition. The mission requires someone who can move without drawing attention, who can observe without insisting on being observed. The qualities sought are subtle. The envoy must possess endurance, but also restraint. He must be able to remember details accurately over long periods of time. He must be comfortable with silence, able to wait without forcing events to unfold. Above all, he must understand that his role is not to act, but to perceive. Gradually, one name returns again and again to these quiet discussions. The individual in question is not among the most prominent figures of the court. He has served reliably without distinction that attracts notice. His past assignments show patience and adaptability. He has demonstrated loyalty without rigidity, competence without pride. This suitability is not celebrated. It is simply acknowledged. A private decision is made, and preparations proceed accordingly. The chosen envoy is informed without ceremony. He is summoned, briefed calmly, and given time to listen rather than respond. The nature of the mission is explained with care. He is not promised success. He is not assured safety. He is told only what the court expects: careful observation, accurate memory, and an honest account upon return. If return is possible, he accepts without visible emotion. Such acceptance is expected. The court does not seek enthusiasm. It seeks reliability. Once the selection is complete, attention turns to defining the mission itself. Its scope is deliberately limited. The envoy is not instructed to negotiate alliances or secure agreements. He is to travel westward as far as conditions allow, to make contact where possible, and to gather information. What peoples live beyond the steppe, how they govern themselves, what goods they value, what pressures they face. These instructions are recorded in writing, but not in elaborate detail. Flexibility is built into the mission by design. The court understands that rigid plans rarely survive contact with unfamiliar terrain. The envoy must be free to adapt, to adjust his course as circumstances require. Logistical preparations follow. Supplies are assembled carefully, not excessive, but sufficient. Food that can be preserved, tools for repair, items suitable for exchange, chosen not for luxury, but for usefulness and symbolic value. Each object is selected with attention to weight, durability, and meaning. Animals are chosen with equal care. Horses accustomed to long distances and sparse grazing are preferred. Their condition is assessed repeatedly. They are rested, then tested again. The empire has learned through experience that the success of any journey depends as much on animals as on people. Routes are discussed, though none are fully certain. Seasonal considerations are weighed. The timing of departure is adjusted to reduce exposure to extreme conditions. The envoy listens to these discussions, absorbing details quietly. He asks few questions, but those he asks are precise. At the frontier, preparations remain largely invisible. The empire has no interest in advertising its intentions. A small group traveling west attracts less attention than a formal delegation. Discretion is a form of protection. Merchants traveling nearby notice nothing unusual. Soldiers maintain their usual routines. To the casual observer, the frontier remains unchanged. Yet beneath this surface continuity, something new is forming, a deliberate extension of attention beyond the known edge. As the departure approaches, the envoy is given time to prepare himself. He reviews maps, sparse though they are. He listens to accounts from those who have traveled beyond familiar routes. He memorizes names, directions, and descriptions, knowing that written notes may not always be safe or practical. The night before departure arrives without ceremony. There is no farewell gathering, no speeches. The envoy rests, aware that the journey ahead will be long and unpredictable. Sleep comes slowly, but calmly. The work ahead requires clarity, not excitement. At dawn, the departure is quiet. A small group assembles. Supplies are loaded. Final checks are made. No banners are raised. No crowds gather. The envoy and his companions move away from the frontier, not as conquerors or emissaries of power, but as observers stepping into uncertainty. As they travel, the familiar world recedes gradually. Fields thin out. Settlements become fewer. The structures of the empire, roads, markers, patrols, grow sparse. Each step westward is subtle, yet meaningful. The known world does not end abruptly. It fades. Behind them, the frontier continues its steady existence. Lamps will be lit again at night. Watchtowers will remain occupied. Life will go on as it always has. Ahead of them lies open land shaped by movement and adaptation rather than order. This moment, the quiet crossing from certainty into uncertainty, carries no drama. Its importance lies in its restraint. The empire has chosen to listen rather than strike, to observe rather than impose. The road that will later be known for exchange and connection begins here, not with commerce or conquest, but with attention. The envoy rides westward, carrying little more than memory, patience, and intent. History follows him, not loudly, but step by step, across land that has always been more connected than it appears. The journey begins without ceremony, as many important journeys do. There is no clear moment when the known world ends and the unknown begins. Instead, the transition unfolds gradually, marked by small changes that only gain meaning over time. The envoy and his companions move at a measured pace, not hurried, not hesitant, allowing distance to accumulate naturally beneath the steady rhythm of hoofs. At first, the landscape still carries traces of the Empire's order. Paths are visible, shaped by repeated use. Waypoints appear at predictable intervals. Occasional travelers pass in the opposite direction, exchanging brief glances that carry no questions. These early stages of travel feel familiar, almost reassuring, and the mind relaxes into routine. As days pass, the signs of administration thin. Roads become narrower. Markers grow infrequent. Villages appear farther apart, each one smaller and more self-contained than the last. People here live with fewer expectations of outside assistance. They greet travelers politely, but without curiosity, as if movement through their world is common enough to require no explanation. The envoy observes quietly. He notes how supplies are stored, how animals are tended, how water is conserved. These details are not directly related to his mission, yet they form a baseline for understanding how life adapts as distance from the center increases. He understands that governance weakens gradually, not suddenly, and that the frontier is not a line, but a zone. Eventually, cultivated land gives way to open grass. Fields disappear. Fences end. The earth feels less managed, more responsive to weather and season than to human intention. The horizon widens. The sky seems larger here, pressing down gently rather than looming. Sound carries farther. Silence feels deeper. This is the edge the reports describe, though standing within it feels different than reading about it. The envoy recognizes the difference immediately. Written accounts reduce complexity. They compress experience into manageable shapes. Here, complexity expands in all directions, uncontained by margins. Travel slows slightly as terrain changes. The group adjusts their pace, conserving energy and observing conditions carefully. Water sources become less predictable. The envoy learns to read subtle signs in the land, slight depressions where moisture gathers, variations in grass color that suggest underground water. The paths animals follow instinctively. They encounter nomadic camps at a distance, rarely directly. Smoke on the horizon, a cluster of animals moving with purpose. These sightings are noted, but not approached without reason. The envoy understands that unnecessary contact carries risk. Observation at this stage is sufficient. When interaction does occur, it is cautious and brief. Exchanges rely on gestures more than words. A nod, an offering of water, a shared moment of rest. These interactions are quiet, unrecorded by official documents, yet they reveal much. Hospitality exists here, but it is practical, bounded by necessity rather than ceremony. As the group moves farther west, the sense of exposure increases. There are fewer places to retreat to, fewer structures offering shelter. Night requires careful planning. Camps are chosen with attention to wind, visibility, and proximity to water. Fires are kept small. Light is controlled. The envoy finds that time behaves differently in this environment. Days feel longer, shaped by physical effort and attention to surroundings. Nights feel deeper, the darkness more complete. Sleep comes in segments, interrupted by the need to listen, not for danger alone, but for change. He records what he can in memory: the slope of land, the distance between water sources, the way certain birds appear only near reliable springs. These observations are not dramatic, but they are valuable. They form a growing internal map, layered gradually through repetition. The companions traveling with him adapt in similar ways. Conversation becomes sparse, not from tension, but from efficiency. Words are used when necessary and avoided when they add nothing. Shared understanding develops through action rather than speech. There are moments when the envoy feels the pull of familiarity, the comfort of structured space and predictable systems. These thoughts arise quietly, without distress. He allows them to pass without dwelling on them. Attachment to the familiar, he understands, can cloud perception. Weather introduces its own variables. Winds shift direction unexpectedly. Temperature changes sharply between day and night. The group adjusts clothing, pacing, and rest accordingly. These adjustments become routine, reinforcing the lesson that adaptability is not optional here. Gradually, signs of the empire fade entirely. No patrols appear. No official routes guide movement. The group exists in a space governed by custom rather than law, by adaptation rather than enforcement. This realization is not alarming. It is clarifying. The envoy understands now why the court emphasized observation over action. This environment does not reward force. It rewards awareness. Movement here depends on cooperation with conditions rather than control over them. He also begins to understand the people who move through this space regularly. Nomadic life, once described only as a problem in reports, reveals itself as a response to reality. Mobility is not chaos. It is strategy. It allows survival where fixed structures would fail. This understanding does not translate into agreement or alliance. It remains observation, yet it softens judgment. It replaces abstraction with experience. As the days accumulate, the group reaches regions where paths intersect more frequently. Traces of long-distance movement become visible, worn tracks converging briefly before separating again. Campsites used repeatedly across seasons. The land begins to show signs of broader connection. The envoy recognizes this as an important transition. These are not isolated routes. They are fragments of larger patterns. Movement here is not random. It follows logic shaped by geography, resources, and shared knowledge, passed quietly from one traveler to another. The journey has not yet revealed distant cities or settled kingdoms. It has revealed something more foundational: the connective tissue of movement itself. The understanding that travel here is a language spoken by the land and those who listen closely. At night, as the group rests beneath an open sky, the envoy reflects without urgency. He knows this is only the beginning. The West still lies far ahead, Yet already, the world feels larger, more interconnected, and less easily divided into center and periphery. There is no sense of achievement, no marker announcing progress. There is only continuation, step after step, observation after observation. The journey unfolds as it must, unhurried and unresolved. History, at this stage, remains quiet. It does not announce itself with events. It moves through attention, memory, and the slow accumulation of understanding. And as the envoy continues westward, leaving familiar ground behind, that accumulation has already begun. As the journey continues, the sense of separation from the familiar world deepens in a slow and steady way. There is no sharp boundary crossed, no gate left behind. Instead, the change unfolds through repetition. Each day begins and ends beneath the open sky, and with each repetition, the habits of settled life loosen their hold. The envoy wakes before dawn, not because he intends to, but because the land itself encourages early awareness. Light returns gradually, revealing subtle shifts in color across the grass and soil. Cool air lingers close to the ground. Animals stir first, responding instinctively to temperature and sound. Human movement follows, unhurried and deliberate. Morning routines become simplified. There is no surplus here, no room for unnecessary action. Water is measured carefully. Food is consumed with attention rather than appetite. Every object carried must justify its presence through usefulness. The envoy notices how this discipline, though initially restrictive, brings a kind of clarity. Decisions become straightforward when options are limited. The group moves at a pace shaped by endurance rather than distance. There is no urgency to reach a specific point by a specific time. Progress is measured instead by conditions: wind direction, cloud cover, the behavior of animals encountered along the way. These elements guide movement more reliably than any map. As the land stretches outward, encounters with nomadic communities become more frequent, though still unplanned. These meetings occur without ceremony. Camps are approached slowly from a distance, allowing intentions to be read before words are exchanged. Often, no approach is made at all. Presence is acknowledged, and both groups continue on their respective paths. When interaction does occur, it is governed by custom rather than law. Hospitality is offered cautiously, never extravagantly. Water may be shared. Space may be granted for rest. In return, respect is expected. Questions are limited. Curiosity is restrained. Survival depends on maintaining balance, not on asserting dominance. The envoy observes these interactions closely. He notes that authority here is situational rather than fixed. Leadership emerges through experience, knowledge of roots, and the ability to make sound judgments under changing conditions. Those who lead are not always those who speak most. Often, they speak least. Language barriers are navigated through patience. Gestures, tone, and shared actions convey meaning more effectively than words. The envoy becomes increasingly aware of how much communication depends on context rather than vocabulary. Silence, in many situations, carries more information than speech. As days pass, the group adjusts to a rhythm that feels increasingly natural. Rest periods align with the sun. movement aligns with weather. Fatigue is acknowledged without complaint and managed through pacing rather than force. This adaptation is not framed as hardship. It is simply the condition of life in motion. The landscape itself teaches continuously. Subtle rises in land signal changes in drainage. Variations in vegetation reveal seasonal patterns invisible to an untrained eye. The envoy begins to recognize landmarks not by their distinctiveness, but by their reliability. A certain line of hills always precedes a dependable water source. A particular type of tree signals shelter from prevailing winds. These lessons are absorbed gradually, without formal instruction. Knowledge here is accumulated through observation and memory rather than explanation. It is carried internally, passed along through repetition rather than record. At night, the sky opens fully. Stars appear in numbers impossible to imagine within city walls. Their positions shift predictably, marking time more consistently than any device. The envoy finds comfort in this regularity. Though the land feels vast and uncontained, it is not chaotic. Patterns exist everywhere, if one learns how to see them. Campfires are small and controlled. Light is kept low. Warmth is shared efficiently. Conversation, when it occurs, is practical. Plans are adjusted quietly for the next day. There is no excess reflection. Energy is conserved. In these moments of rest, the envoy reflects on the difference between movement chosen and movement imposed. For the nomadic groups encountered, mobility is not a temporary condition. It is a way of life refined over generations. Structures are light. Possessions are limited. Knowledge replaces accumulation. This understanding reshapes earlier assumptions. Reports from the frontier had framed nomadic movement primarily as threat. Here, movement reveals itself as adaptation. It allows communities to survive in environments that do not support permanence. Raids, once viewed in isolation, begin to appear as responses to pressures similar to those faced by the empire, though addressed differently. The envoy does not romanticize this life. He sees its costs clearly: exposure to weather, limited security, constant vigilance. Yet he also recognizes its strengths: flexibility, resilience, deep familiarity with land that resists ownership. As the group moves further west, signs of long-distance travel become more pronounced. Paths intersect more frequently. Campsites show evidence of repeated use across seasons. Objects appear that do not belong to any single group encountered. Fragments of pottery, metal fittings, cloth scraps of unfamiliar weave. These traces suggest exchange, not formal trade, not organized markets, but movement of goods alongside movement of people. Items pass from hand to hand, from region to region, accumulating stories as they travel. The envoy understands that these exchanges form the foundation of wider connections, even in the absence of structured systems. The realization brings a quiet shift in perspective. The West is not empty. It is threaded with movement, memory, and shared understanding. Routes exist, not as fixed lines, but as habits shaped by necessity. By the time the group prepares to move on from another temporary camp, the envoy feels the distance traveled not only in miles, but in awareness. The world has expanded, not through revelation, but through accumulation. Each day has added detail, nuance, and context. There is still no sign of the settled regions spoken of in distant accounts. No cities, no walls, no clear centers of authority. Yet the envoy senses that these will come gradually as the patterns of movement converge. For now, the journey continues beneath the open sky. Step follows step. Observation follows observation. The land offers lessons freely, but only to those willing to move slowly enough to receive them. History, in this phase, remains understated. It does not announce transformation. It unfolds through endurance, attention, and the quiet reshaping of understanding. And as the envoy travels on, the foundation for deeper connection is being laid, one careful day at a time. The change comes without warning, not because danger announces itself, but because familiarity can soften attention. The days have settled into a predictable rhythm, shaped by weather, movement, and rest. The envoy and his companions have grown accustomed to the openness of the land, to encounters that pass quietly and end without consequence. It is within this calm that the unexpected occurs. The group is moving across gently rising ground when distant figures appear, first as motion rather than form. Riders approach from an angle that does not immediately suggest threat. Their pace is steady, controlled, neither hurried nor aggressive. The envoy notes this with care. Sudden speed would indicate attack. This approach suggests intention. The companions slow their movement instinctively. There is no attempt to flee. On this land, flight invites pursuit, while stillness invites assessment. The envoy signals calm. Hands remain visible. Weapons, minimal to begin with, are not raised. The message conveyed is simple: presence without hostility. The riders close the distance with practiced ease. Their horses move confidently, accustomed to covering long ground without strain. When they stop, they do so at a respectful distance, forming a loose arc rather than a tight encirclement. This detail does not escape the envoy's attention. It indicates control rather than fear. There is no immediate speech. For a brief moment, both groups observe one another. The silence feels deliberate, a shared pause, allowing judgment to form. The envoy studies clothing, equipment, posture. These riders are experienced. Their gear is functional, worn but well maintained. Nothing here is ornamental. Everything serves a purpose. When communication begins, it is restrained. A few words are spoken in a language unfamiliar to the envoy, but the tone is measured. Gestures follow, indicating direction rather than demand. The meaning becomes clear gradually. The travelers are to come with them. This is not framed as a choice, yet it is not delivered as a threat. The riders do not reach for weapons. They do not shout. Their confidence rests in numbers and familiarity with the land. Resistance here would be futile and unnecessary. The envoy understands this immediately. He signals compliance. The decision is made quickly, without inner conflict. The mission's purpose is observation, not confrontation. To refuse would gain nothing. To accept offers opportunity to learn. The group is escorted rather than bound. They are allowed to keep their possessions. Their horses are guided, not seized. This restraint speaks volumes. These riders are not interested in plunder. They are interested in control. As they move together, the envoy observes carefully. The formation of the group adjusts subtly to terrain. Riders trade positions fluidly, maintaining visibility without rigidity. Communication among them is minimal, relying on gesture and shared expectation rather than verbal instruction. The destination becomes apparent only gradually. After hours of travel, the land dips slightly, revealing a cluster of temporary structures positioned near a reliable water source. This is not a city, nor even a permanent settlement. It is a seasonal center, chosen for access and visibility rather than comfort. Upon arrival, the travelers are not isolated. They are brought into the periphery of the camp, visible but not central. This placement allows observation from multiple angles while avoiding unnecessary tension. Fires burn steadily, animals are tended calmly. Life continues without disruption. The envoy notes this immediately. Their arrival has not caused alarm. This suggests that such encounters are not unusual. Movement through this land brings strangers regularly, and systems exist to absorb them without chaos. After some time, an individual approaches who clearly holds authority. His presence is marked not by display, but by deference from others. He listens more than he speaks. When he does speak, it is with economy. Communication proceeds slowly. A translator is eventually identified. Someone with partial knowledge of languages used further east. Meaning is negotiated patiently. Questions are asked, not aggressively, but thoroughly. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you here? The envoy answers truthfully, but selectively. He describes his role as traveler and observer. He does not claim authority beyond what is necessary. He avoids grand explanations. His tone remains calm and respectful. The authority figure listens without interruption. When the envoy finishes, there is a pause. Then a response comes, delivered evenly. The travelers will remain for now. There is no accusation, no promise, simply a statement of fact. The envoy understands the significance immediately. They are not prisoners in the sense of punishment. They are held for assessment. Their presence has implications that must be considered. Days pass within the camp. The travelers are given food and water. They are not mistreated, nor are they indulged. Their movements are observed, but not restricted harshly. This balance maintains order without provoking resentment. The envoy uses this time to observe relentlessly. He notes the organization of the camp, the distribution of responsibilities, the rhythms of daily life. He watches how decisions are made, how disputes are settled, how resources are shared. He learns that authority here is maintained through reputation and consensus rather than decree. Leaders lead because they have proven capable. Challenges are rare, and when they occur, they are resolved quickly through discussion or demonstration of competence. The envoy also learns about the wider network these people belong to. Names are mentioned of other groups, other camps, other regions. Trade routes are referenced casually as part of ordinary conversation. Goods move, people move, information moves. Gradually, the initial uncertainty fades. The travelers are no longer treated as unknown quantities. They are incorporated into the daily rhythm of the camp, allowed to sit, listen, and observe. Trust is not granted fully, but hostility is absent. The envoy reflects quietly on the situation. In the empire, capture is associated with punishment or defeat. Here, it functions differently. It is a mechanism for managing uncertainty. Those who appear are assessed before being released or redirected. This understanding deepens the envoy's appreciation for the logic governing this land. Control is exercised not through rigid systems, but through adaptability. The ability to absorb disruption without destabilization is a form of strength. Eventually, the authority figure informs the envoy that they will remain for an extended period. There is no specific duration given. The implication is clear. They will stay until a decision is made about their role within the wider network. The envoy accepts this calmly. His mission has already succeeded in one crucial respect. He has entered the interior of the steppes social world, not as an attacker, but as an observer within its structure. Time slows. Days blend together. Observation deepens. The journey westward has paused, but understanding continues to accumulate. History, in this moment, does not advance through movement, but through stillness, through listening, through the quiet experience of being held within a system not one's own. And in this enforced pause, the envoy begins to learn more than any map could ever reveal. The transition from one world to another does not occur suddenly. It unfolds gradually, almost imperceptibly, as days accumulate and small details begin to differ from what came before. When the journey resumes, it does so without ceremony. There is no formal release, no declaration of intent. The movement simply begins again, guided now by familiarity rather than uncertainty. The envoy travels westward with a deeper awareness of the land beneath his feet. What once appeared as open emptiness now reveals subtle distinctions. The ground changes texture. The grasses vary in height and density. Wind patterns shift with the contours of distant hills. Nothing is dramatic, yet everything is specific. This region does not present itself as a boundary. There are no markers announcing entry into a new territory. Instead, the transition is understood through use. Paths converge more frequently. Traces of repeated movement appear in the soil. The land has been traveled often, though never heavily enough to leave permanent scars. Caravans become more common, though still modest in size. These are not grand processions, but practical groupings of animals and people moving with purpose. Their pace is steady. Their organization reflects experience rather than authority. Each traveler seems aware of their role without needing instruction. The envoy observes these movements with quiet interest. Goods are carried efficiently, secured against wind and motion. Containers are simple but durable. There is little decoration. Utility governs design here, shaped by the demands of long travel rather than aesthetic preference. When encounters occur, they are brief and polite. A nod, a short exchange of words, sometimes nothing at all. There is no curiosity expressed openly, no probing questions. Each group respects the autonomy of the other. This restraint preserves harmony across a landscape where conflict would be costly. As days pass, the land begins to reveal signs of settlement. These are not cities in the sense known to the envoy's homeland. There are no walls, no monumental gates. Instead, clusters of dwellings appear near water sources, positioned to maximize access while minimizing exposure. These settlements are flexible by design. Structures can be dismantled and moved when conditions require. This mobility is not a sign of weakness, but of adaptation. It allows communities to respond to drought, conflict, or opportunity without abandoning their social bonds. The envoy notes how space is used. There is no rigid separation between domestic, commercial, and communal areas. Activities flow into one another naturally. Trade occurs beside daily labor. Conversations happen while work continues. Life is integrated rather than compartmentalized. Markets emerge not as permanent institutions, but as events. On certain days, groups arrive from surrounding areas, bringing goods to exchange. The location may shift from one gathering to the next, chosen based on convenience and safety rather than tradition. These markets are quiet affairs. There is no shouting, no aggressive bargaining. Prices are understood through custom. Disputes are rare and resolved calmly. Reputation functions as currency alongside goods. To be known as unreliable is to be excluded without formal punishment. The envoy observes the variety of items exchanged: textiles woven from local fibers, metal tools of careful workmanship, animal products prepared for durability, and among these, objects that have traveled far, materials unfamiliar to the region, bearing traces of distant origins. These items tell silent stories, a bead shaped in a manner unknown locally, a metal alloy not produced in nearby lands. Each object implies movement, connection, and exchange beyond the horizon. The envoy begins to understand that this region functions not as an endpoint, but as a corridor. Goods do not linger long. They pass through, accumulating value with each exchange. What matters here is not possession, but circulation. Routes intersect and diverge continuously. Some lead north into colder, harsher lands. Others curve south toward regions of greater fertility. Westward paths extend beyond the envoy's current knowledge, dissolving into places known only through description and rumor. Information travels along these routes as reliably as goods. News of weather patterns, political changes, and shifting alliances moves with merchants and travelers. This knowledge is shared selectively, offered to those deemed trustworthy. The envoy listens carefully. He refrains from asking too many questions. Here, curiosity must be earned. Trust grows slowly, nourished by consistent behavior rather than words. As nights pass, the envoy rests among different groups, sharing fires and quiet conversation. Stories are exchanged without embellishment. They focus on journeys completed, obstacles overcome, and lessons learned. There is little interest in abstract ideas. experience is valued above theory. He notices how memory is preserved. There are no written records, yet details are retained with remarkable accuracy. Routes, distances, and events are recalled through repetition and storytelling. Knowledge lives in people rather than objects. The landscape itself functions as a mnemonic device. A bend in the river recalls a difficult crossing. A line of hills marks the boundary between safe passage and danger. Memory and geography are intertwined. The envoy begins to sense the scale of what lies ahead. The Western lands are not a single place, but a sequence of environments, each with its own rhythms and rules. Movement through them requires patience and attentiveness rather than force. Time stretches differently here. Days are measured by distance rather than by tasks completed. Progress is steady but unhurried. Rushing would invite error, and error could prove fatal. The envoy adjusts his expectations accordingly. He no longer thinks in terms of destinations alone. Instead, he focuses on continuity, maintaining momentum, preserving relationships, and adapting to each new segment of the journey. There is no grand vision guiding this movement, no overarching authority coordinating the flow. Yet order emerges naturally from shared understanding and mutual dependence. Each participant benefits from stability, and so stability is maintained collectively. The envoy reflects quietly on the contrast with his homeland. There, systems are imposed. Here, they emerge. There, permanence is prized. Here, flexibility ensures survival. As the western horizon expands, the envoy feels neither excitement nor fear. Instead, there is a calm awareness of participation in something larger than himself, a network not defined by borders, but by movement. The Silk Road, though not yet named as such, reveals itself not as a single path, but as a living process, a slow, continuous exchange, shaped by countless decisions made quietly day after day. And within this process, the envoy moves forward, not as a conqueror or emissary of power, but as a witness, carried gently by the rhythm of the land and the people who know it intimately. The presence of water alters everything, though it does so without spectacle. As the journey continues, the envoy notices how roots begin to bend subtly towards sources that are not immediately visible. Travelers adjust direction instinctively, guided by knowledge that has been carried through memory rather than maps. The land offers few signs, yet those who know it read meaning in the slightest changes of slope and vegetation. An oasis does not announce itself from afar. It emerges gradually, revealed first through a softening of the air, then through a change in color along the ground. The harsh tones of dust and stone give way to muted greens. Trees appear, spaced carefully rather than clustered densely. Their placement reflects intention rather than chance. Approach is unhurried. No one rushes toward water. To do so would suggest desperation and disrupt the order that governs these places. Animals are slowed. Loads are checked. The transition from movement to rest is deliberate. ensuring that arrival does not become disorder. The envoy observes how space is shared. Access to water follows understood patterns. Those who arrive first do not claim priority. Instead, use rotates naturally, shaped by mutual recognition of need. This practice prevents conflict without requiring enforcement. Containers are filled carefully, without excess. Water here is respected, not hoarded. The act of drawing it feels ceremonial. Though no ritual words are spoken, it is the manner, not the form, that carries meaning. Rest follows, but not immediately. Animals are tended first. Hooves are checked. Harnesses are loosened. Only once the needs of movement are addressed do travelers allow themselves to sit. This sequence reflects values shaped by long experience. Shelter near the oasis is temporary and light. No structure suggests permanence. Even when people remain for days, they avoid altering the land in ways that would limit future use. Fires are small. Waste is managed discreetly. Departure is always anticipated. The envoy notes how information circulates in these places. News is exchanged in fragments, woven into conversation without emphasis. A change in river flow, a dispute resolved elsewhere, a storm expected in a distant region. These details are absorbed quietly, added to an internal map that guides future decisions. There is no central authority controlling the oasis. Instead, responsibility is shared. Those present observe one another subtly, ensuring that norms are followed. Intervention is rare because expectation itself regulates behavior. The envoy learns that these water points form a chain across the land, each connected by memory and practice rather than markers. Together, they create a framework that supports movement across otherwise inhospitable terrain. Without them, routes would fragment. With them, continuity is possible. Travel resumes gradually. No signal marks departure. Individuals begin to pack at different times, guided by their own calculations of distance and timing. Groups disperse without ceremony, leaving the oasis as quietly as they arrived. Beyond these points of rest, the land grows more varied. Low hills give way to shallow valleys. The ground alternates between firmness and looseness. Requiring constant attention, movement becomes a process of adjustment rather than repetition. The envoy senses an increasing density of passage, not in numbers, but in traces. The land bears subtle signs of frequent use: flattened grasses, stones positioned to mark safe footing, faint lines where countless steps have passed. These traces do not impose direction, but suggest possibility. Paths here are not fixed. They shift with seasons, weather, and political conditions. A route safe one year may be avoided the next. Knowledge remains flexible, responsive to change, rather than anchored in tradition alone. The envoy travels alongside different companions now, joining groups temporarily before separating again. These alliances form naturally, based on shared direction or mutual benefit. They dissolve without tension when paths diverge. Conversation during movement is minimal. Speech requires breath, and breath is needed for endurance. Silence becomes a shared practice, comfortable rather than strained. In this quiet, attention sharpens. At night, camps form in places chosen for protection rather than comfort. Wind breaks, slight rises, or clusters of stones determine location. Fires are shielded. Light is controlled. The sky overhead feels vast and close at once. The envoy finds himself attuned to rhythms beyond human activity. The movement of stars becomes a guide. Changes in temperature signal the passing of hours more accurately than any device. Sleep comes slowly, shaped by awareness rather than exhaustion. Dreams, when they arrive, are calm and indistinct. The mind mirrors the land, open, continuous, without sharp boundaries. Upon waking, there is no urgency. Preparation unfolds steadily, each action following the last without haste. As the journey progresses, the envoy encounters regions where water is absent for longer stretches. Here, planning becomes critical. Distances between known sources dictate pace. Misjudgment could have serious consequences. Travelers adapt by traveling at cooler hours. Movement shifts to early morning and evening. Midday becomes a time of stillness, shelter sought wherever possible. This adaptation is collective, shared without instruction. The envoy recognizes that this entire system functions through restraint. Limits are respected instinctively. Excess is avoided not through moral injunction, but through understanding of consequence. He reflects on how such restraint contrasts with the abundance-driven practices of settled lands. Here, survival depends on balance rather than accumulation. Success is measured in continuity, not expansion. Gradually, signs of more permanent settlement appear again. Larger oases support longer stays. Structures become slightly more robust. Though still designed for adaptability, these places serve as nodes, linking multiple routes. Trade here is more diverse. Goods arrive from multiple directions, exchanged and redistributed. The envoy notes the careful organization, the absence of chaos despite complexity. Order emerges from shared expectations rather than imposed control. The Western lands reveal themselves as layered rather than linear. Each segment builds upon the last, connected through practice and memory. The journey does not rush toward an end. It unfolds as a sequence of present moments, each complete in itself. The envoy continues forward, not driven by destination, but guided by understanding. With each step, the network becomes clearer, not as a map to be drawn, but as a living pattern sustained by countless acts of quiet cooperation. The Western lands reveal another layer as movement continues, one that becomes visible not through structures, but through timing. Certain days carry a different quality. Travelers adjust their pace slightly, arriving not early and not late, but within a narrow window understood by all. These moments give rise to gatherings that resemble markets, though they lack the permanence and enclosure the envoy once associated with that word. There are no walls, no gates, no fixed stalls. The market exists because people agree that for a brief period, exchange will occur here. When the window passes, the place returns to ordinary ground. This temporary nature shapes behavior. There is no urgency to dominate space, no incentive to overclaim. Everything here is provisional. Participants arrive in small groups, spacing themselves naturally. Goods are laid out simply, often on cloths or directly on the ground. The arrangement follows habit rather than design. Similar items cluster together without instruction, guided by shared understanding of comparison and convenience. The envoy walks slowly through these spaces, careful not to disrupt their quiet rhythm. There is no shouting, no competition for attention. Sellers wait, buyers observe. Conversation unfolds softly, with pauses that feel intentional rather than awkward. Value is negotiated with restraint. Prices are not fixed, yet they are rarely disputed sharply. Each exchange accounts not only for the object itself, but for the distance it has traveled, the risks endured, and the relationships involved. These factors are acknowledged implicitly, shaping agreement without needing explanation. The envoy notices how trust operates here. Many transactions occur without immediate exchange of goods. Promises are made to be fulfilled at another place, another time. Such arrangements rely on reputation carried across routes. A single failure would echo far beyond the moment, limiting future movement. This awareness of consequence governs behavior more effectively than enforcement ever could. The market remains orderly, not because of oversight, but because exclusion is costly. To be known as unreliable is to lose access to the network entirely. Goods here tell stories of geography. From one direction come textiles, woven tightly to withstand wind and cold. From another arrive items shaped for heat and dryness. Materials unfamiliar to the envoy appear. Stones polished in ways he has not seen. Metals with unusual luster. Dyes that carry the scent of distant plants. He realizes that no single place controls these exchanges. Authority emerges through participation rather than decree. Those who contribute regularly gain influence, not by command, but by familiarity. Their presence reassures others, stabilizing the gathering through continuity. The envoy observes that knowledge is traded alongside goods. Routes are discussed quietly. Warnings are shared selectively. Advice is offered without insistence. To listen carefully here is as valuable as any object acquired. Distance weighs heavily on all decisions. Each item on the ground represents not only labor, but time. Weeks, sometimes months, are embedded in their presence. This awareness slows transactions, encouraging deliberation rather than impulse. As the market winds down, there is no signal. People begin to pack gradually. Exchanges taper off naturally. Conversations conclude without abruptness. The gathering dissolves as quietly as it formed. The land absorbs the departure without trace. Only faint impressions remain, soon softened by wind and movement. The envoy reflects on how this impermanence preserves the land's capacity to host future gatherings without exhaustion. Beyond these markets, the journey grows more demanding. Distances between such nodes increase. Travelers rely more heavily on memory and inference. The envoy senses the strain this places on newcomers and the ease with which experienced travelers adapt. Fatigue is managed collectively. When one falters, others adjust pace without discussion. This responsiveness prevents breakdown. The group remains intact not through obligation, but through shared interest in continuity. The nights grow cooler, fires are kept smaller, sleep becomes lighter, shaped by awareness of exposure. The envoy notices how the body adjusts, conserving energy instinctively. Movement slows slightly, not as a failure, but as adaptation. In these stretches, conversation returns, but differently. It becomes reflective rather than practical. Stories are shared about past journeys, not to impress, but to inform. Lessons are embedded subtly, offered without instruction. The envoy listens intently. He recognizes that these narratives serve as informal education, transmitting knowledge that cannot be written. Each story anchors abstract understanding in lived experience. He also becomes aware of his own transformation. What once felt like emptiness now feels full, layered with meaning. The land is no longer a void to cross, but a medium through which relationships flow. Approaching another gathering place, the envoy notices familiar faces. Recognition brings quiet acknowledgement. No greetings are spoken loudly, yet presence is noted. Trust accumulates slowly, reinforcing the network's cohesion. Here, exchanges are more complex. Goods arrive from multiple directions, converging briefly before dispersing again. The envoy watches how items are assessed not just for quality, but for suitability to the next leg of travel. Durability matters more than refinement. He learns that certain objects rarely move beyond specific zones. Their value is local, tied to conditions elsewhere. Others travel astonishing distances, adapted through repeated handling to survive the journey. This selective movement shapes the network's structure. Not everything moves everywhere. Flow is patterned, guided by practicality rather than ambition. As the gathering concludes, the envoy feels a growing sense of calm. The system he observes does not seek growth for its own sake. It seeks balance, maintaining enough movement to sustain connection without overwhelming the land or its people. He resumes travel with renewed understanding. Each step now feels embedded within a broader rhythm. The Western lands no longer appear as unknown territory, but as a continuum shaped by countless decisions made quietly, responsibly, and over time. The Silk Road, as it continues to emerge in his awareness, is not a path imposed upon the land. It is an agreement, renewed daily, to move with care across distance, carrying goods, knowledge, and trust without excess. And within this agreement, the envoy continues onward, steady and attentive, carried not by urgency, but by the gentle momentum of shared purpose. The first signs of a true city do not arrive through grandeur. They emerge quietly, almost reluctantly, as if the land itself hesitates before allowing permanence to take hold. The envoy senses the change not by walls or towers, but by density. Paths converge more tightly, movement becomes layered. The air carries the faint mingling of many lives lived close together. This city does not rise abruptly from the ground. It unfolds gradually, structure by structure, each addition responding to need rather than vision. Buildings cluster near water, then extend outward in uneven patterns that reflect growth over time rather than deliberate design. There is no symmetry to admire, only function refined through repetition. The envoy enters without ceremony. No gate halts him. No official demands explanation. Entry is assumed, as movement has always been assumed here. The city exists because people arrive and remain, not because boundaries are enforced. Sounds change first. Footsteps overlap. Voices blend into a low, continuous murmur. The rhythm of life accelerates slightly, though never into urgency. This is not a place of haste. It is a place of accumulation. Streets are narrow, shaped by habit rather than plan. They curve gently, following terrain and existing structures. The envoy notices how these paths funnel movement naturally, guiding people without instruction. Crowds form and disperse smoothly, avoiding congestion through subtle adjustment. Shops appear without clear separation from dwellings. Commerce and daily life share space easily. A merchant pauses mid-transaction to greet a neighbor. A child passes through a workspace without disruption. Roles overlap fluidly. The envoy observes that goods here linger longer. Unlike the transient markets of the open land, objects settle into cycles of storage, refinement, and redistribution. Warehouses exist, though modest in scale. Their contents shift constantly, responding to demand rather than speculation. This city does not dominate its surroundings. It depends on them. Caravans arrive regularly, but never in overwhelming numbers. Each arrival is absorbed gradually, preventing strain on resources. The pace of exchange matches the city's capacity to sustain it. Water management reveals the city's character clearly, channels direct flow carefully, ensuring access without waste. Wells are maintained communally. Their condition reflects shared responsibility rather than enforced regulation. The envoy senses that permanence here is conditional. Buildings are sturdy, yet designed to be repaired easily. Nothing suggests eternity. Instead, there is an acceptance that change will come, and structures must adapt or yield. He walks through neighborhoods defined not by function, but by familiarity. Certain streets feel quieter, others hum with activity. These differences emerge organically, shaped by who lives and works there, rather than imposed zoning. Language becomes more varied. The envoy hears unfamiliar accents, partial translations, gestures filling gaps where words fall short. Communication relies on patience rather than precision. Meaning emerges through effort. He notices how disputes are handled. Voices rise briefly, then soften. Observers pause, not to intervene, but to witness. Resolution comes through acknowledgement rather than authority. There is an understanding that prolonged conflict disrupts shared space. Religious practices exist alongside commerce, without tension. Shrines occupy corners of busy streets. Travelers pause briefly, offering quiet gestures Before continuing, belief here is integrated, not isolated. The envoy reflects on how this integration mirrors the city itself. Nothing stands alone. Everything overlaps slightly, creating resilience through redundancy. If one route falters, another compensates. If one group withdraws, others fill the gap. He rests in a communal space reserved for travelers. It is simple, but well maintained. Here, stories are exchanged softly in the evenings. Accounts of distant regions blend with local concerns. The city listens through its guests. Time behaves differently here. Days feel shorter, filled with subtle interactions, yet progress remains unhurried. The envoy realizes that cities like this regulate themselves by limiting excess. Growth is permitted, but only within the bounds of sustainability. As days pass, the envoy begins to perceive the city as a living organism. It inhales with arrivals, exhales with departures. Its rhythm adjusts constantly, maintaining balance through continuous small changes. He notes how goods are transformed here. Raw materials arrive and leave altered, cleaned, repaired, repackaged. Value is added not through spectacle, but through careful attention. Craftsmanship is respected quietly. Knowledge concentrates here as well. Route information, political developments, weather patterns. These circulate constantly, refined through comparison and discussion. The city functions as a memory bank for the wider network, yet it does not claim ownership of that knowledge. Information flows onward freely, carried by those who depart. Control would only slow movement. The envoy senses the limits of such a city. It cannot grow endlessly. Its strength lies in moderation. To expand beyond capacity would invite strain, conflict, and decline. This understanding shapes decisions subtly, guiding collective behavior. As his time here lengthens, the envoy becomes less an observer and more a participant. He contributes stories. He listens carefully. He learns when to speak and when silence is more appropriate. The city does not ask him to stay, nor does it urge him onward. It simply accommodates his presence until movement becomes necessary again. This neutrality feels deliberate, preserving autonomy for both guest and host. Eventually, the envoy prepares to depart. There is no farewell ceremony. Those he has come to know acknowledge him with small gestures. Exchange has occurred, and that is enough. As he steps back onto the road, the city recedes without drama. Its influence, however, remains. The envoy carries with him an understanding of how permanence can exist without rigidity, how density can coexist with calm. The Silk Road, revealed through places like this, is not defined by the distance between cities, but by the manner in which they breathe, opening and closing gently, sustaining movement without consuming it. And with this understanding, the envoy continues onward, steady and unburdened, moving from the quiet pulse of the city back into the open land that binds all these worlds together. Leaving the city behind does not end its influence. The envoy carries its rhythms with him as he moves outward again, noticing how the land gradually loosens its density, paths widen, sounds thin, yet the patterns learned within the city continue to shape how he understands what follows. The road feels less like an absence now and more like a continuation, stretched thin across distance. Not far from the city, smaller settlements appear, each linked to the larger center by habit rather than command. These places exist to support specific needs, repair, rest, or exchange, without aspiring to permanence themselves. Their presence is measured, careful not to compete with the city, but to complement it. Here, craft becomes more visible. Workspaces open directly onto paths. Artisans labor quietly, shaping materials that have traveled far. The envoy watches hands move with practiced ease, repeating motions refined over many years. There is no display of mastery, only consistency. Tools are simple, but well cared for. Nothing is wasted. Broken items are repaired repeatedly until they can no longer serve. Even then, materials are reused in smaller ways. This economy of effort reflects an understanding of distance. Replacement is not assumed. Preservation is valued. The envoy notices that craftsmanship here carries memory. Techniques are inherited through observation rather than instruction. Younger hands mirror older ones, learning through proximity and repetition. Knowledge flows downward without ceremony, embedded in daily activity. Exchange in these settlements differs subtly from that of the city. Goods move in smaller quantities. Transactions are personal. Names are known. Trust is built through familiarity rather than reputation alone. A delayed payment here is tolerated if explanation is offered honestly. The envoy senses how these places act as buffers, absorbing fluctuation without transmitting shock. If a caravan arrives late, the impact is softened. If goods fail to appear, alternatives are found. The system relies on flexibility rather than precision. As he travels further, he begins to recognize recurring figures. Merchants who circulate steadily between city and hinterland. Artisans who relocate seasonally. Guides who appear where paths become uncertain. These individuals form connective tissue, maintaining coherence across space. Conversation with them is unhurried. They speak of roots as living things, changing year to year. They describe past disruptions, not with resentment, but with acceptance. Adaptation, they explain quietly, is the only constant. The envoy reflects on the mathematics underlying all of this, not numbers written or calculated, but proportions felt. How much can be carried without exhaustion? How long a settlement can sustain visitors? How frequently exchange can occur without depletion? These calculations govern movement more reliably than any decree. At night, camps form near these settlements, slightly removed, but within sight. Fires burn low. Voices remain soft. The presence of craft and habitation nearby offers reassurance, reducing the need for vigilance without eliminating it. Sleep comes with greater ease. The envoy dreams of repetition, steps taken, hands working, goods passing from one to another. The dreams are not vivid, but steady, mirroring the waking world's rhythm. Morning brings gradual departure. There is no rush to resume travel. Those leaving do so in small increments. Each departure is acknowledged quietly. The road accepts them without resistance. Further along, the envoy encounters a place where multiple crafts converge. Here, materials from different regions are combined deliberately, fibers woven together, metals alloyed, forms adapted to new uses. Innovation occurs without announcement, emerging from necessity rather than ambition. He watches how artisans test changes cautiously. A slight adjustment is tried, then evaluated over time. If it fails, it is abandoned without regret. If it succeeds, it spreads slowly through observation. Nothing here seeks rapid transformation. The envoy senses how this gradualism protects the system. Sudden change would destabilize relationships and expectations. Incremental improvement preserves continuity. Trade here extends beyond objects. Skills are exchanged temporarily. An artisan stays for a season, teaching a technique before moving on. A guide shares knowledge of a new route, then disappears back into movement. These exchanges leave lasting impact without requiring permanence. The envoy recognizes that memory itself is a traded commodity. Stories are told repeatedly until they become shared reference points. Through them, distant places feel nearer. Risk becomes manageable through understanding. As the journey continues, the land begins to open again. Settlements thin. Crafts become less visible. The envoy carries with him the imprint of these interstitial spaces, understanding now that the Silk Road is sustained as much by these modest places as by grand cities. Without them, movement would fracture. With them, continuity endures. He moves onward with a deeper sense of proportion, attentive not only to distance ahead, but to the subtle balances that make passage possible. Each step now feels measured not by urgency, but by alignment with a rhythm larger than any single traveler. The road stretches forward calmly, and the envoy follows it without strain, held gently within the quiet mathematics of exchange that binds land, people, and memory into a single, unbroken flow. As the envoy continues beyond the zones of craft and quiet exchange, another dimension of the Western world becomes perceptible, one that does not announce itself through symbols of power or formal institutions. Governance here exists, yet it does so without spectacle. There are no thrones, no banners marking authority. Instead, order is sustained through patience, repetition, and shared expectation. The envoy becomes aware of this through small interactions rather than declarations. A disagreement arises along the road regarding access to a narrow pass. Voices remain calm. Positions are stated clearly. Others listen. No one intervenes immediately. Resolution comes through gradual alignment as one option reveals itself to be less disruptive than the others. Movement resumes without resentment. This pattern repeats in various forms. Decisions are made not by command, but by convergence. When enough people recognize a course of action as reasonable, it becomes accepted. Those who disagree do not protest loudly. They adapt, knowing that future moments may favor different choices. The envoy reflects on how unfamiliar this feels compared to the systems of his homeland, where authority is concentrated and enforced. Here, power disperses naturally. It rests temporarily with those whose judgment has proven reliable, then shifts as conditions change. In larger settlements, this governance becomes more structured, though still understated. Certain individuals are sought out for counsel. Their dwellings attract visitors quietly. These figures do not issue orders. They listen, summarize, and suggest. Their influence lies in clarity rather than control. The envoy notices that these individuals rarely remain in such roles permanently. Fatigue, travel, or simple preference eventually draws them away. Others take their place, not through appointment, but through recognition. Continuity is maintained without fixation. Records exist, but not in the form the envoy expects. Agreements are remembered collectively. Land use, passage rights, and shared obligations are recalled through repeated affirmation rather than written law. When memory falters, discussion restores it. This reliance on memory encourages moderation. Extreme claims would be difficult to sustain without documentation. As a result, expectations remain practical, grounded in what can be remembered and upheld by the group. The envoy senses that patience underlies all of this. Time is allowed to resolve tension. Immediate solutions are not demanded. This patience reduces escalation, preserving relationships even when disagreement persists. He observes how this governance extends to trade. Disputes over value or fulfillment are addressed calmly. Third parties offer perspective, not judgment. Resolution emerges through compromise rather than victory. Punishment, when necessary, is subtle. Access is limited. Participation decreases. The offender finds fewer opportunities to engage. This social isolation encourages reflection without humiliation. The envoy realizes that such a system requires constant attention. Everyone participates in maintaining order, even through silence. Neglect would allow imbalance to grow. Awareness functions as enforcement. As the journey carries him through multiple regions, the envoy notes variations on this theme. Some areas rely more heavily on elders. Others favor councils formed temporarily for specific concerns. The underlying principle remains consistent. Authority is situational, not absolute. This flexibility allows the system to absorb change. When external pressures arise, drought, conflict, or sudden influx of travelers, governance adjusts without collapse. Roles expand or contract as needed. The envoy witnesses one such moment when news arrives of instability further west. Routes are discussed openly. Alternatives are considered. No decree is issued, yet movement shifts gradually. Caravans choose different paths. The adjustment is collective, coordinated without instruction. He reflects on how this contrasts with rigid systems that fail under unexpected strain. Here, adaptability is embedded, allowing resilience through decentralization. As days pass, the envoy becomes more attuned to subtle cues of authority. A pause in conversation signals deference. A glance invites response. These signals replace formal titles and ranks. The landscape itself seems to participate in governance. Natural boundaries guide behavior. Scarcity imposes limits. Abundance encourages sharing. The environment enforces balance where human intention might falter. The envoy recognizes that such governance cannot scale infinitely. It relies on familiarity and shared experience. Beyond a certain size, memory and recognition would fail. This limitation naturally constrains growth, preventing overextension. Cities along this route therefore remain moderate in scale. When density increases too much, new settlements emerge elsewhere, dispersing population rather than concentrating it excessively. This diffusion preserves the network's integrity. Power never accumulates long enough to harden into dominance. Movement remains possible in all directions. As the envoy prepares to leave another settled area, he reflects quietly on what he has learned. Order here is not imposed, but cultivated. It demands attentiveness from all participants. In return, it offers stability without rigidity. The road continues, carrying him toward regions shaped by different histories and conditions. Yet the principles he has observed travel with him, embedded now in his understanding. He realizes that the Silk Road is sustained not merely by goods or geography, but by a shared commitment to restraint, patience, and collective responsibility. Governance without thrones, authority without display. With this awareness, the envoy steps forward calmly, his pace steady, his expectations adjusted. The journey continues, guided not by command, but by the quiet confidence that order, when tended carefully, can endure without force. Belief enters the journey without announcement, much like everything else along this road. The envoy does not encounter it first in temples or proclamations, but in gestures so ordinary they almost escape notice. A pause before drinking water, a hand resting briefly on the earth at sunrise, a murmured phrase spoken not for an audience, but for oneself. These moments accumulate quietly, forming a presence that travels alongside movement rather than interrupting it. As the envoy proceeds westward, he becomes aware that faith here does not demand separation from daily life. It moves within it, threading through labor, travel, and exchange without claiming dominance. No single expression prevails. Instead, belief adapts to landscape and circumstance, shaped by the same patience that governs trade and governance. At camps along the road, the envoy observes travelers from distant regions practicing their own forms of devotion. Some face the rising sun in silence. Others repeat words learned long ago, their rhythm steady and unhurried. A few carry small objects, tokens worn smooth by touch, that serve as reminders rather than symbols of authority. These practices do not conflict. They coexist easily, protected by mutual restraint. No one interrupts another's moment. Curiosity, when it arises, is expressed gently. Questions are asked not to challenge, but to understand. The envoy senses that the road itself encourages this tolerance. Movement exposes travelers to difference repeatedly, dissolving fear through familiarity. What remains is acceptance born of repetition. When one has shared fire and water with many kinds of people, belief becomes personal rather than divisive. He notices how places of rest often include simple spaces set aside for reflection. These are not marked prominently, a cluster of stones arranged carefully, a shaded corner left undisturbed. Their purpose is understood without explanation. In larger settlements, belief takes more visible form, yet still without grandeur. Modest shrines appear beside workshops. Small halls host gatherings at regular intervals. These spaces welcome travelers without obligation, offering quiet shelter rather than instruction. The envoy attends one such gathering without announcement. He sits at the edge, listening. The words spoken are simple, focusing on endurance, patience, and the value of restraint. They echo principles he has already observed in daily life. Faith here reinforces behavior rather than dictating it. He reflects on how these beliefs travel along the same routes as goods. Ideas move with merchants and pilgrims, adapting as they go. A phrase learned in one land changes subtly in another, shaped by local language and experience. No central authority enforces uniformity. This fluidity prevents rigidity. Belief remains responsive, able to absorb new understanding without fracture. The envoy senses that this adaptability allows faith to persist where more rigid systems might fail. As days pass, he encounters travelers whose journeys are guided primarily by devotion. Pilgrims move with deliberate pace, their destinations defined not by markets, but by sites of significance. They carry little, relying on hospitality extended along the road. The network supports them naturally. Camps offer space. Settlements provide food in exchange for service or story. The presence of pilgrims is accepted as part of the road's rhythm. The envoy speaks with one such traveler during an evening rest. The conversation unfolds slowly, without urgency. The pilgrim describes a belief centered on compassion and impermanence. He speaks not of reward, but of understanding. The road, he explains, teaches humility through distance. The envoy listens quietly. He recognizes how such beliefs resonate with the patterns he has observed. Faith here does not promise escape from hardship. It offers meaning within it. At dawn, the pilgrim departs without ceremony. His presence leaves a subtle impression, like a footprint that fades but still shapes memory. Further west, belief takes different forms. Rituals become more structured in some regions, guided by calendars and cycles unfamiliar to the envoy. Even here, participation remains voluntary. Outsiders observe without pressure to conform. The envoy notes how religious leaders, where they exist, resemble guides more than rulers. They advise, interpret, and mediate. Their authority depends on trust rather than position. When trust erodes, influence fades naturally. Conflict over belief does occur, but rarely escalates. Disagreements are discussed in private or among small groups. The road's emphasis on continuity discourages division. Travelers cannot afford prolonged discord. The envoy senses that belief along this network functions as a stabilizing force. It offers continuity across distance, linking disparate regions through shared values rather than doctrine. Faith becomes another form of exchange, intangible yet influential. He also observes moments where belief intersects with trade, oaths sworn before transactions, blessings offered for safe passage. These gestures add weight to agreements, reinforcing trust without legal enforcement. As he moves onward, the envoy feels his own perceptions shifting. He does not adopt new beliefs explicitly, yet his understanding deepens. The road teaches reverence for balance, patience, and mutual respect. These lessons require no altar. Night after night, under wide skies, he reflects on the quiet companionship of belief. It does not demand attention, yet it is always present, offering comfort without certainty. The Silk Road, revealed through these encounters, is not merely a network of exchange, but a corridor of meaning. Faith travels here not as conquest, but as conversation, shaped by listening rather than proclamation. And so the envoy continues, steady and receptive, carrying with him not answers, but awareness. Belief, like the road itself, unfolds gradually, asking only that one move forward with care. As belief continues to accompany the road, it gradually takes on more tangible form, not through dominance, but through shelter. The envoy begins to encounter places that exist specifically to receive travelers without demanding anything in return. These are monasteries, learning houses, and quiet sanctuaries positioned deliberately along difficult stretches of the journey, where rest is most needed and assistance most valuable. They do not stand apart from the land. Their structures follow the terrain closely, built with materials drawn from nearby sources. Stone walls retain warmth during cold nights. Wooden beams are shaped to withstand wind rather than impress the eye. Nothing here seeks attention from afar. One must approach closely to notice these places at all. Arrival is unannounced. The envoy learns that travelers are not expected to declare themselves. Presence alone is sufficient. A gate, when it exists, remains open. Entry is a matter of timing rather than permission. Inside, the rhythm changes immediately. Sound softens, movement slows, voices drop without instruction. Even animals seem to respond, settling quickly as if recognizing the character of the space. The people who maintain these places move calmly, their actions practiced and unhurried. They offer water first, then food, then a place to rest. Questions come later, and even then, only if the traveler wishes to speak. Silence is treated as a valid response. The envoy senses that learning occurs here, but not in the form he once knew. There are no lectures, no formal demonstrations. Knowledge passes through observation and repetition. Younger members perform daily tasks alongside older ones, absorbing technique and understanding through shared labor. Texts exist in some of these places, carefully preserved and rarely displayed. They are brought out only when needed, treated as tools rather than treasures. Reading, when it occurs, is communal. One voice speaks while others listen. pausing frequently to reflect rather than to debate. The envoy notices that these readings often concern ethics, conduct, and perception rather than instruction or command. They ask how one should move through the world, not how one should control it. The lessons align closely with the road's unspoken rules. Travelers contribute in small ways during their stay. Some help with repairs. Others prepare food or tend animals. No record is kept of these contributions. Balance is understood intuitively. Giving restores dignity without creating obligation. The envoy remains for several days in one such sanctuary. Time stretches gently. There is no pressure to leave, but no encouragement to remain indefinitely. The place exists to support movement, not to replace it. He speaks with a resident who has lived there many years. The conversation unfolds slowly, punctuated by long pauses. The resident explains that the sanctuary was founded by travelers who wished to offer what they themselves had once needed. Its purpose is continuity, not growth. The envoy asks how belief shapes life here. The response is simple. Belief, the resident says, reminds them to act with care even when no one is watching. It is a discipline of attention rather than obedience. This idea resonates deeply. The envoy reflects on how such discipline mirrors the road itself. Movement across vast distance requires constant awareness. Belief here sharpens that awareness rather than distracting from it. As he departs, the envoy leaves without farewell. A quiet nod acknowledges departure. The sanctuary absorbs his absence without disruption. Further along the road, he encounters variations of these places. Some are dedicated more strongly to contemplation. Others function primarily as hospitals, offering care to those injured or ill from travel. A few serve as centers for translation, where languages intersect and understanding is negotiated patiently. In one such place, the envoy observes scholars working together across linguistic boundaries. Words are examined carefully, meanings compared, interpretations adjusted. Progress is slow, but deliberate. Accuracy matters more than speed. He realizes that these centers play a crucial role in the network. They stabilize knowledge as it moves. Without them, ideas would distort rapidly, losing coherence across distance. The envoy also notices that these institutions do not attempt to convert travelers. Belief is offered through example rather than persuasion. Those who resonate remain longer. Those who do not still receive care. This openness preserves trust. Travelers return to these places repeatedly, not out of obligation, but appreciation. Reputation spreads naturally along the road. At night, within these walls, the envoy sleeps more deeply than he has in many weeks. The stillness feels protective, allowing the mind to rest without vigilance. Dreams, when they come, are slow and gentle. Upon waking, departure feels natural rather than abrupt. The road calls quietly, and the envoy answers without reluctance. As he moves onward, he reflects on how these sanctuaries anchor the Silk Road spiritually without constraining it. They offer rest without capture, guidance without command. They embody belief as service. He understands now that the spread of faith along this road depends not on force, but on presence. These places endure because they meet genuine needs. They persist because they ask little. The envoy carries this understanding forward, recognizing that learning, like belief, travels best when unburdened by ambition. The road does not reward certainty, it rewards attentiveness. And so, he continues, moving steadily through a world where faith shelters movement rather than halting it, where learning unfolds quietly beside the path, offering refuge without demand. The Silk Road reveals itself again, not as a corridor of conquest, but as a chain of gentle thresholds, each one offering rest, reflection, and the quiet encouragement to continue onward. As the envoy continues westward, belief along the road begins to reveal another quality, one shaped not by shelter or instruction, but by movement itself. He encounters travelers whose journeys are defined entirely by devotion, their destinations chosen not for trade or obligation, but for significance carried in memory and story. These pilgrims move with a pace distinct from merchants or envoys. Their steps are measured not by distance remaining, but by intention sustained. Pilgrims rarely travel alone. Small groups form organically, bound by shared purpose rather than shared origin. Their languages differ, their customs vary, yet their movement aligns easily, guided by patience rather than efficiency. They stop often, not from fatigue, but to acknowledge places believed to hold meaning accumulated over time. The envoy walks alongside such a group for several days. Conversation is sparse and reflective. Silence is not treated as absence, but as participation. When words are exchanged, they concern inner states rather than outer achievement. Progress is discussed in terms of understanding rather than arrival. He observes how hospitality along the road responds readily to pilgrims. Doors open without question. Food is offered without negotiation. The presence of devotion seems to soften interaction, encouraging generosity even where resources are limited. This generosity is not viewed as sacrifice, but as alignment with shared values. The envoy reflects on how this movement of belief differs from the structured systems he has seen elsewhere. There is no hierarchy directing pilgrimage. No centralized authority issues guidance. Routes are chosen through tradition, adjusted through experience. Sacred places gain prominence gradually through repeated visitation rather than declaration. Along these routes, translation becomes essential. Words spoken in devotion must cross linguistic boundaries. The envoy witnesses moments where meaning pauses, suspended between languages. In these pauses, gestures, tone, and patience fill the gap. Understanding emerges slowly, shaped as much by listening as by speaking. In one settlement, the envoy encounters a gathering devoted entirely to this work of translation. Individuals from different regions sit together, revisiting familiar phrases repeatedly, testing them against varied interpretations. Their aim is not uniformity, but resonance. They seek expressions that carry intention faithfully across cultures. This work is unhurried, A single line may occupy hours of discussion. Silence punctuates debate. No conclusion is rushed. Accuracy is measured not by precision alone, but by the response it evokes in listeners. The envoy realizes that through such efforts, belief adapts without dissolving. It becomes intelligible in new contexts while retaining coherence. Translation here is not replacement, but layering. He notices how translated ideas return to the road transformed. Pilgrims carry them onward, sharing them gently through story and practice rather than instruction. Over time, these ideas blend with local traditions, creating expressions that feel native rather than imported. Conflict occasionally arises when interpretations diverge sharply, yet these moments are addressed quietly. Separate gatherings form. Discussion continues without accusation. The road accommodates plurality without demanding resolution. The envoy senses that this plurality is strength rather than weakness. It allows belief to persist across vast distance without breaking under uniform expectation. Diversity becomes resilience. As he continues, he encounters places where multiple traditions coexist visibly. Shrines stand near one another without competition. Symbols overlap subtly. Travelers engage with what resonates, passing others by respectfully. He reflects on how such coexistence would be difficult within rigid systems. Here, movement prevents stagnation. No belief remains isolated long enough to hurt. As the envoy continues his long passage westward, the character of the road begins to change once again, though not abruptly. The shift announces itself through atmosphere rather than event. Movement feels more deliberate. Conversations turn cautious. The land itself seems to hold tension lightly, as if aware of forces gathering beyond the horizon. These are regions where large powers begin to touch the road, not always directly, but through influence that spreads quietly. Empires do not appear first as armies or banners. They arrive as expectations. A tax collected here, a permit requested there, a name spoken more frequently in conversation, carrying weight without explanation. The envoy notices that travelers adjust behavior instinctively. Routes are chosen with greater care. Rest stops are selected not only for shelter, but for neutrality. The road remains open, yet the freedom once taken for granted now requires attentiveness. Authority here is more visible, though still restrained. Officials appear intermittently, positioned near key crossings or settlements. Their presence is calm rather than threatening. They ask questions politely. Records are kept briefly, then set aside. Movement is rarely halted, but it is observed. The envoy senses that these officials serve multiple purposes. They gather information, ensure stability, and remind travelers that larger structures exist beyond the immediate network of exchange. Their authority does not seek to replace the road's customs, but to overlay them gently. In some areas, this integration functions smoothly. Local practices continue uninterrupted, supplemented by imperial oversight that remains light. In others, friction emerges. Requirements multiply slowly, adding complexity to movement. The road adapts, but not without cost. Travelers respond by sharing information more carefully. News of changing policies spreads quickly. Routes shift subtly to avoid congestion or scrutiny. The network compensates, redistributing flow to preserve continuity. The envoy observes how goods are affected. Certain items attract greater attention, others pass unnoticed. Value becomes contextual, shaped by imperial priorities rather than market alone. This introduces new calculations into exchange, altering rhythms that once felt stable. Yet even here, the road resists full control. Its breadth exceeds any single authority's reach. Where oversight grows heavy, movement thins. Where it remains light, flow increases. Empires learn over time that cooperation yields more benefit than force. The envoy reflects on how power along the Silk Road differs from the power he has known. It cannot rely solely on command. Distance dilutes authority. Enforcement requires negotiation. As a result, imperial presence remains partial, adaptive. In larger cities, imperial influence is more pronounced. Architecture reflects it subtly. Administrative buildings integrated into existing neighborhoods rather than dominating them. Officials consult local leaders, recognizing that familiarity cannot be imposed. The envoy witnesses meetings where imperial representatives listen more than they speak. They seek alignment rather than compliance. Decisions are framed as mutual benefit, acknowledging the road's importance to stability and prosperity. These moments reveal the road's leverage. Empires depend on its flow. Disruption would harm not only merchants, but revenue, supply, and information. Thus, restraint governs policy as much as ideology. The envoy notices how local governance adjusts. Councils incorporate imperial concerns into their deliberations without surrendering autonomy entirely. This layering creates complexity, but also resilience. Authority becomes distributed across scales. As he travels further, the envoy encounters regions where imperial reach weakens. There, the road resumes its earlier character. Oversight fades. Custom regains prominence. The contrast highlights how power ebbs and flows, never uniform across distance. He reflects on how the Silk Road survives precisely because it accommodates these shifts. It bends without breaking. It absorbs influence without dissolving. Its strength lies in flexibility. At night, around shared fires, travelers speak cautiously of empires. Stories circulate of rise and decline, of borders drawn and erased. These stories carry no urgency. Change is expected. The road has endured many powers and will endure more. The envoy senses a deep temporal perspective here. Empires feel temporary compared to the slow continuity of movement and exchange. This awareness tempers fear, replacing it with patience. As he moves onward, the envoy remains attentive, adjusting pace and expectation. The road continues to guide him, even as new forces press against it. He understands now that the Silk Road is not shaped solely by trade or belief, but by the ongoing negotiation between movement and power. And within this negotiation, the envoy proceeds calmly, aware that the road's quiet adaptability has carried it through centuries of change and will carry it further still. As the envoy moves deeper into regions where imperial influence lingers more consistently, he begins to sense how power settles not through spectacle, but through routine. Control reveals itself in habits repeated daily rather than in dramatic assertions. The road remains open, yet its openness is now shaped by layers of procedure that accumulate gradually, almost invisibly. The first sign appears in documentation. Travelers are asked to present tokens, seals, or written attestations confirming origin or purpose. These requests are made calmly, without suspicion. Officials treat compliance as expected, not coerced. Most travelers prepare in advance, knowing that resistance would slow movement unnecessarily. The envoy observes how these systems develop unevenly. In some areas, documentation remains symbolic, serving more as acknowledgement than enforcement. In others, it becomes essential, determining which routes are accessible and which are discouraged. The road adapts, directing flow accordingly. Taxation follows a similar pattern. It is rarely imposed harshly at once. Instead, small levies appear at strategic points: river crossings, mountain passes, market hubs. The amounts are modest individually, but cumulative. Travelers calculate these costs carefully, factoring them into decisions about timing and route. The envoy notes that these levies are often justified openly. Officials explain that funds maintain roads, guard passes, or support local administration. Whether these claims are accurate matters less than their consistency. Predictability allows the network to function despite added cost. Where taxation becomes unpredictable, movement falters. Travelers share warnings quietly. Routes shift. Markets thin. Empires learn, sometimes slowly, that excessive extraction undermines their own interests. Administration extends beyond money. Certain goods are regulated more closely. Materials associated with warfare, governance, or prestige attract attention. Their movement requires permission, adding layers of negotiation to exchange. The envoy senses how this regulation reshapes value. An item's worth now includes the difficulty of transporting it legally. Some goods lose appeal. Others gain status precisely because they are harder to move. The market responds subtly, redistributing focus. Despite these pressures, the road resists becoming rigid. Officials themselves often come from trading families or frontier communities. They understand the system they oversee. Many apply rules with discretion, recognizing when strict enforcement would cause unnecessary disruption. The envoy witnesses moments where officials quietly advise travelers on how to proceed efficiently. A suggestion offered softly, a delay avoided through accommodation. These interactions reveal an unspoken partnership between authority and movement. He reflects on how empires, to function here, must negotiate continuously. Distance erodes centralized control. Communication delays limit oversight. As a result, local administration becomes crucial. Autonomy persists within imperial frameworks. In some settlements, The envoy sees councils that include imperial representatives alongside local elders. Decisions emerge through discussion rather than decree. Authority blends, creating hybrid systems, neither fully imposed nor entirely independent. These systems are imperfect. Conflicts arise, delays occur, yet the road absorbs these inefficiencies, adjusting pace rather than halting entirely. Continuity remains the priority. The envoy notices how travelers respond psychologically to this environment. Patience deepens. Planning extends further ahead. Risk is assessed more conservatively. Movement slows slightly, but becomes steadier. At night, around shared fires, stories circulate about administration, tales of clever negotiation, accounts of officials who overreached and were quietly bypassed. These narratives serve as informal education, teaching newcomers how to navigate power without confrontation. The envoy senses that knowledge of governance becomes as valuable as knowledge of terrain. To move effectively now requires understanding not only land and people, but policy and precedent. As days pass, he encounters regions where administrative presence fades again. Here, the road feels lighter, procedures loosen, movement accelerates subtly. The contrast highlights how control operates in gradients rather than absolutes. He reflects on how the Silk Road survives by accepting these gradients. It neither rejects authority entirely nor submits fully. It incorporates power selectively, preserving movement while accommodating structure. The envoy recognizes that this negotiation shapes history quietly. Empires rise and fall, partly based on how well they manage this balance. Those who listen endure longer. Those who impose too rigidly find their influence bypassed. As he continues westward, the envoy carries this understanding forward. Power here is not a wall, but a current. To move, one must read it carefully, adjusting without resistance. The Silk Road, revealed through this lens, is not a victim of empire, nor its servant. It is a participant in an ongoing dialogue, shaping and being shaped by authority over time. And so, the envoy proceeds, steady and attentive, aware that each step forward is also a negotiation, conducted quietly through compliance, adaptation, and the enduring will to continue moving. As the envoy advances further along the road, he begins to perceive borders not as lines, but as zones. They do not announce themselves with walls or gates, nor do they end abruptly. Instead, they unfold gradually, like a change in climate that is felt before it is named. Authority here is present, but diffused, carried lightly across distance. The first indication is a shift in rhythm. Travelers slow slightly, not out of fear, but attentiveness. Conversations become more measured. Decisions are discussed with greater care. The road itself remains unchanged in appearance, yet its use becomes more deliberate. These borderlands are not empty spaces between powers. They are inhabited, cultivated, and remembered. Communities here have learned to live within overlap, adapting to influence that comes and goes. Their customs reflect this flexibility. Loyalty is practical rather than ideological. Shaped by survival more than allegiance, the envoy notices how language changes subtly. Words acquire additional meanings. Certain phrases are chosen carefully, their ambiguity allowing conversation to remain open regardless of who listens. Silence, too, becomes expressive, signaling awareness without commitment. Officials appear intermittently, but never in concentration. Their presence feels dispersed, intentional. Rather than guarding a single point, they circulate, observing patterns rather than enforcing boundaries. Their authority depends on recognition, not force. The envoy observes how travelers respond. They acknowledge these figures politely, offering information when asked, withholding excess detail when unnecessary. This balance is learned through experience, passed quietly from one traveler to another. In these regions, paperwork becomes less important than memory. Officials rely on familiarity, recalling faces and routes. Travelers who pass frequently are recognized and trusted. Newcomers are observed carefully, not with suspicion, but curiosity. This reliance on memory creates continuity across time. Even as empires shift, individuals remain. Relationships persist. The border breathes, expanding and contracting with circumstance rather than policy alone. Trade here reflects this fluidity. Goods are exchanged cautiously, often in smaller quantities. Long-distance items pause briefly before continuing onward, assessed for suitability under changing conditions. Value becomes provisional, dependent on timing as much as demand. The envoy senses that risk is managed collectively. When conditions grow uncertain, movement slows across the region. Caravans wait without complaint. Patience becomes a shared strategy, preventing loss through haste. Stories circulate around evening fires, recounting earlier shifts in power. Empires, named and unnamed. Periods of strict control followed by neglect. These stories are told without drama. Change is expected. What matters is endurance. The envoy reflects on how these communities possess a long memory. They recall not only what was imposed, but how it faded. This perspective tempers reaction. Resistance is rare, not from submission, but from understanding that power here is never permanent. As days pass, the envoy witnesses moments where borders dissolve almost entirely. Festivals bring together people from multiple jurisdictions. Trade flows freely. Officials attend as participants rather than overseers. These moments reinforce connection, reminding all involved that division is contextual. Then, gradually, oversight returns. Levies are collected again. Records are consulted. The rhythm tightens slightly. No announcement marks the shift. It simply happens, absorbed into routine. The envoy notes how this elasticity preserves stability. Rigid borders would fracture movement. Complete absence of authority would invite chaos. The balance maintained here allows both order and flexibility to coexist. He travels through a settlement where governance is shared explicitly. Representatives from neighboring powers meet regularly, coordinating passage and taxation informally. Agreements are verbal, renewed often. Trust is maintained through repetition rather than documentation. These meetings are quiet affairs. No speeches are given. Discussions unfold slowly with long pauses. Decisions emerge through consensus or are deferred until conditions clarify. Delay is not seen as failure, but prudence. The envoy recognizes that such systems demand emotional restraint. Impatience would undermine cooperation. The culture of the road reinforces this restraint through example rather than instruction. As he continues onward, the borderlands gradually thin. Authority consolidates again, becoming more defined. The envoy senses the transition through posture rather than signage. Officials stand more firmly, procedures become clearer, expectations narrow, yet the lessons of the border remain visible. Even within stronger control, discretion persists. Memory tempers enforcement. The road's influence lingers, shaping how power is exercised. The envoy reflects on how borders along the Silk Road differ from those of maps. They are lived experiences rather than abstract divisions. They exist in behavior, timing, and tone. He understands now that the road survives because it treats borders as processes rather than obstacles. Movement adapts, exchange continues, authority negotiates. At night, resting beneath open sky, the envoy considers the long arc of history unfolding beneath his journey. Empires rise, assert themselves, and recede. The road remains, altered but intact. Its strength lies not in defiance, but accommodation, not in uniformity, but responsiveness. Borders breathe because the road allows them to. With this understanding, the envoy resumes his steady pace, unburdened by fear of power, attentive instead to its rhythms. He moves forward calmly, carried by a system that has learned, over centuries, how to survive control without surrendering movement. The change does not arrive with collapse. It comes as a slow thinning, barely perceptible at first, like a road used slightly less often each year. The envoy continues his journey, yet he begins to sense that something fundamental is shifting beneath the familiar rhythms of movement. The road remains present, but its certainty softens. Distances feel longer, not because the land has changed, but because fewer people now move across it with confidence. Caravans still appear, but they are smaller, more cautious. Their schedules are irregular, shaped by hesitation rather than habit. Where once travelers spoke easily of routes ahead, now conversations include uncertainty. Some paths are described as unreliable. Others are avoided entirely, not due to danger alone, but unpredictability. The envoy notices how preparation becomes more elaborate. Travelers carry additional supplies. They plan alternative routes more carefully. Movement slows, not from weakness, but prudence. The road continues, yet it demands more from those who follow it. In certain settlements, the change is visible in quiet ways. Markets open less frequently. Goods that once arrived regularly now appear sporadically. Artisans wait longer between commissions. Storage spaces remain partially empty, their silence reflecting disrupted flow rather than scarcity alone. The envoy listens to conversations spoken softly at evening camps. There is mention of new routes elsewhere, ones that move across water rather than land. These stories are not told with excitement, but curiosity. The sea, once distant from the road's concerns, begins to enter imagination. At first, these maritime paths are spoken of as supplements rather than replacements. They carry certain goods more efficiently. They bypass difficult regions. They offer predictability where land routes have grown uncertain. Still, they feel abstract, distant from the envoy's lived experience. Yet gradually, their influence becomes tangible. Goods that once traveled overland arrive now by different means. Their textures differ. Their packaging changes. Their timing becomes more regular, less dependent on seasons of land travel. The envoy senses how this alters valuation. Items once prized for rarity lose some of their distinction. Others gain prominence due to compatibility with maritime transport. The balance of exchange shifts quietly, without announcement. He reflects on how the road responds. It does not resist openly. Instead, it adjusts, narrowing its focus. Certain routes remain vital, serving regional exchange. Others fade slowly, reclaimed by wind and time. Communities along these fading routes adapt as well. Some reorient toward local markets. Others seek new roles, supporting shorter distance trade or offering services to fewer travelers. Their rhythms slow, but do not stop entirely. The envoy visits a city once renowned for its role as a hub. Its walls still stand. Its streets remain intact, yet its energy has softened. Spaces once crowded now feel spacious. Movement persists, but without urgency. He walks through familiar districts and senses memory layered thickly upon stone. This place remembers its importance. The people remember as well. Though they do not dwell on loss, they speak of adjustment rather than decline. Some residents describe sending their sons toward coastal cities, where opportunity now gathers. Others invest in crafts suited to regional demand. Adaptation unfolds quietly, without dramatic upheaval. The envoy understands that this transition is not sudden. It stretches across generations. Those who remain continue their lives, much as before, even as the world beyond shifts direction. As he travels onward, he encounters regions where the road still thrives. Here, movement remains steady. Trade flows reliably. These segments benefit from geography that resists replacement. Mountain passes, inland basins, connections that sea routes cannot easily replicate. This unevenness defines the period. Decline does not occur everywhere at once. It moves selectively, reshaping the network rather than erasing it. The envoy notices how political power responds. Authorities focus resources on fewer routes, abandoning others gradually. Maintenance concentrates where return remains viable. This prioritization accelerates change without intending destruction. Travelers adjust accordingly. Knowledge becomes more fragmented. Some routes are known intimately by few, while others fall into obscurity. Memory thins where movement ceases. The envoy senses a shift in storytelling. Tales of distant lands give way to accounts of nearer concerns. Journeys become shorter in narrative as well as practice. Imagination contracts gently, not through fear, but relevance. At night, resting beneath stars unchanged by human trade, the envoy reflects on impermanence. He recognizes that the road has always transformed, shaped by forces larger than any single era. This change is not betrayal, but continuation in another form. He recalls earlier lessons of adaptability, patience, and restraint. The road now requires these qualities anew. Survival depends not on expansion, but realignment. As maritime routes grow more prominent, the land routes settle into supporting roles. They feed into ports. They connect hinterlands to coasts. Their purpose shifts rather than disappears. Communities learn to interpret this new orientation. Goods are repackaged, timelines adjust, skills evolve. The road becomes quieter, but not silent. The envoy continues onward, aware that he travels during a turning of ages. He is neither at the height nor at the end, but within transition itself. This awareness brings calm rather than sorrow. The Silk Road, he realizes, was never defined solely by dominance. It was defined by usefulness. As needs change, so too must pathways. Movement follows opportunity, not tradition alone. With this understanding, the envoy proceeds steadily, attentive to signs of change without resisting them. The road still supports him, though differently now. It teaches once more that continuity does not require sameness. And so, the journey continues, quieter but intact, carrying forward the accumulated knowledge of centuries into a world slowly turning toward the sea, while the land remembers how to endure. The envoy moves onward through landscapes that feel familiar, yet subtly altered. The road beneath his feet still follows ancient contours, shaped long ago by geography and repeated passage. Mountains rise where they always have. Rivers continue their patient descent, and deserts stretch outward in quiet indifference. Yet the human presence along these paths has changed in ways that are gentle but unmistakable. He notices that rest stations are spaced farther apart in practical use, even if they remain physically present. Some stand intact but unattended, their courtyards swept clean by wind rather than caretakers. Others remain occupied, though with fewer guests, their fires lit more for ritual than necessity. Hospitality persists, but without the urgency once driven by constant arrival. In these places, time feels broader, conversations linger, meals are prepared slowly. The envoy senses that when movement decreases, attention turns inward. People speak more about weather, harvests, and family histories than distant markets. The horizon narrows, not from isolation, but from reorientation. Merchants he encounters no longer measure success by distance traveled, but by reliability. Shorter routes, repeated often, offer stability. Familiar partners replace unknown contacts. Trust is built through consistency rather than novelty. Trade becomes quieter, more personal. The envoy reflects on how the Silk Road once thrived on uncertainty as much as opportunity. Risk was inseparable from reward. Now, Risk is weighed differently. Predictability has become valuable in itself. The road adapts by serving those who value continuity over expansion. In some regions, caravans still gather, though their composition has changed. They carry fewer luxury items and more necessities. Their pace is measured. Their leaders speak less of ambition and more of preservation. The journey remains important, but its purpose has shifted. The envoy observes that knowledge, once shared widely through constant interaction, now moves more selectively. News travels slower along certain stretches. Stories repeat less often. This reduction does not erase memory, but it alters how memory circulates. He visits a town where elders maintain records of past journeys. These accounts are no longer guides for current travel, but archives of identity. They preserve the understanding that this place once mattered to many, even if it now serves fewer. In quiet rooms, maps hang on walls, edges worn smooth by years of reference. The envoy studies them and sees routes marked boldly where traffic once flowed, now faint where usage has diminished. The maps remain unchanged, but their relevance has softened. The people here do not mourn openly. They speak of change as seasonal, inevitable. Just as rivers alter course and climates shift, so too does human movement. Acceptance does not erase loss, but it tempers it. As the envoy continues, he encounters scholars who remain committed to preserving the road's intellectual legacy. They collect manuscripts, copy texts, and teach languages once vital for long-distance exchange. Their work feels quieter now, but no less deliberate. These scholars understand that even if trade diminishes, ideas retain value. They believe that knowledge must remain mobile, even if carried by fewer hands. Their classrooms are small, but attentive. The envoy listens as one teacher explains that roads do not disappear simply because fewer feet walk them. They persist in thought, in habit, in cultural memory. The Silk Road, in this sense, continues as an idea long after its material prominence fades. He reflects on this during long evenings of rest. The road has always been more than stone and sand. It has been a way of understanding distance, difference, and connection. These concepts remain alive, even as pathways change. In regions closer to the sea, the envoy senses the growing influence of maritime trade more clearly. Goods arrive wrapped differently, marked by symbols unfamiliar to inland traditions. Languages shift subtly, absorbing coastal rhythms and terminology. Yet even here, land routes remain essential. They feed ports with resources from interior regions. They distribute imported goods inland. Their role changes, but their necessity endures. The envoy notes that cooperation between land and sea routes becomes increasingly important. The boundary between them blurs. Traders specialize not in total journeys, but in segments. Expertise deepens locally, replacing broad but shallow knowledge. This segmentation fosters resilience. When one route falters, another compensates. The network becomes modular rather than centralized. Though this reduces grand journeys, It strengthens local stability. He encounters families who have lived along the road for generations. Their ancestors guided caravans across deserts and mountains. Now, they guide travelers over shorter distances or manage storage facilities near ports. Their skills adapt, preserving continuity through transformation. These families carry stories of the past not as nostalgia, but instruction. They teach younger generations how to read land, weather, and people. Even if distances shrink, discernment remains vital. The envoy recognizes that decline is rarely uniform. Some areas experience renewed importance due to strategic location or political change. Others fade gradually. The Silk Road becomes a patchwork rather than a single thread. Political authorities adjust accordingly. They invest selectively, fortifying certain corridors while neglecting others. Decisions are practical, driven by limited resources. The envoy observes that governance becomes more localized, less oriented toward transcontinental oversight. This decentralization affects law and custom. Regulations vary more widely. Travelers must navigate diverse expectations, even within shorter ranges. Flexibility becomes a prized skill. As he journeys onward, the envoy senses a deepening stillness along certain stretches. Here, silence replaces movement. The land reclaims paths once worn smooth by hooves and wheels. Grass grows where dust once lingered. Yet this stillness is not empty. It holds memory. The envoy feels it in the contours of the ground, in the alignment of stones, in the remnants of walls that once sheltered travelers. The road remembers, even when unused. He pauses often, not out of fatigue, but contemplation. The experience of traveling during this transitional era offers perspective unavailable to those who knew only growth or only absence. He inhabits the space between. At times, he imagines future travelers rediscovering these paths, perhaps not for trade, but for understanding. They may walk here seeking connection to a world that once moved differently. This thought brings calm. The Silk Road's story does not end with reduced commerce. It continues through reinterpretation. Each era reshapes its meaning. As night settles, the envoy rests beneath stars that have witnessed countless journeys. He feels neither urgency nor regret. The road has carried him faithfully, even as it evolves. He understands now that continuity does not require permanence of form. It requires persistence of purpose. The Silk Road's purpose, to connect, to exchange, to endure, remains even as its expression changes. With this understanding, he prepares to continue, knowing that the path ahead may be quieter, but no less meaningful. The journey continues at a pace that feels unhurried, shaped not by urgency, but by intention. The envoy moves forward with an awareness that the road no longer demands speed. Instead, it invites attention. Each step becomes an act of observation rather than progress measured by distance. Along this stretch, the land bears subtle signs of adaptation. Fields are cultivated closer to settlements. no longer relying on the steady stream of passing traders. Villages turn inward, sustaining themselves through regional exchange rather than distant commerce. This shift is not abrupt. It unfolds gradually, almost imperceptibly, like the changing angle of light over the course of a long day. The envoy notices that tools and techniques evolve quietly. Storage buildings, once designed for long-term caravan goods, now serve as granaries or communal meeting spaces. Courtyards that once echoed with multiple languages now host local gatherings, celebrations, and disputes resolved through familiar customs. He spends time listening rather than asking. Stories come freely when there is no pressure to extract information. Elders speak of earlier generations who traveled far beyond the horizon, carrying silk, spices, metal, and ideas. Their voices are steady, without longing or bitterness. The past is recalled as something complete, not something unfinished. In one town, the envoy encounters a former caravan master who now teaches route reading to children. The lessons focus not on distant destinations, but on understanding terrain, weather, and patience. The man explains that these skills remain useful, regardless of how far one travels. The road, he says, begins wherever one stands. This philosophy resonates deeply. The Silk Road was never only about reaching somewhere else. It was also about knowing how to move through uncertainty. That knowledge does not vanish simply because the scale of movement changes. As days pass, the envoy observes that cultural exchange continues in quieter forms. Music carries influences that originated far away, even if the musicians themselves have never left their region. Patterns in textiles echo designs once introduced by foreign traders. Words borrowed centuries ago remain embedded in everyday speech. These traces remind him that movement leaves marks long after motion slows. Culture remembers what commerce forgets. The Silk Road's legacy lives in habits, aesthetics, and assumptions passed down unconsciously. He travels through a landscape where religious practices coexist with ease, shaped by centuries of exposure to difference. Shrines stand near one another without tension. Rituals incorporate elements whose origins are no longer questioned. Diversity feels natural here, not because it is actively maintained, but because it has long been absorbed. In the evenings, the envoy rests in modest lodgings where hospitality remains sincere, though no longer transactional. Guests are welcomed not as carriers of profit, but as bearers of conversation. Meals are shared without haste. Silence is accepted as comfortably as speech. He notices that the absence of constant travelers has allowed deeper bonds within communities. People know one another more fully. Disputes are fewer, though perhaps more personal. Resolution relies on memory and mutual dependence rather than written contracts enforced by distant authorities. Yet this inward focus does not imply stagnation. Innovation occurs within limits. Agricultural practices improve, crafts refine, the rhythm of life adapts to reduced external demand by deepening internal coherence. The envoy reflects on how the road once accelerated change through contact. Now, change arises through reflection. Both forms have value. One expands horizons outward, the other inward. In certain regions, The envoy encounters remnants of administrative systems designed to manage vast flows of goods. Tax offices stand empty or repurposed. Records remain, carefully preserved, though no longer updated. They serve as references for understanding rather than tools for control. Scholars he meets study these records with care. They analyze patterns of movement, rise, and decline, and the relationship between geography and power. Their work feels patient, detached from immediate utility, yet deeply committed to comprehension. One scholar explains that the Silk Road is best understood not as a line, but as a condition. When circumstances favor connection, the condition emerges. When they do not, it recedes, but it never disappears entirely. This perspective reframes the envoy's understanding. Decline is not failure, it is transformation. The road responds to forces beyond itself: political decisions, technological shifts, environmental change. As maritime trade grows dominant, inland routes reposition themselves. They serve as feeders, alternatives, backups. When seas are dangerous or ports restricted, land paths regain importance. This flexibility ensures survival, even if prominence fluctuates. The envoy observes how knowledge of multiple systems becomes valuable. Individuals who understand both land and sea routes act as intermediaries. Their expertise lies not in mastery of one path, but in translation between modes. This hybrid understanding mirrors the Silk Road's historical role as a mediator between worlds. Even in diminished form, it continues to bridge differences. In quieter stretches, the envoy walks alone for long hours. The absence of caravans amplifies natural sounds. The wind across grass, the movement of distant animals, the subtle shifts of temperature. These sensations ground him in the present. He realizes that constant movement once masked these details. Now they emerge clearly. The road reveals itself not only as a conduit for goods, but as a living landscape. At night, he dreams of layered journeys, some swift, some slow, intersecting across centuries. He sees travelers moving in opposite directions, sometimes crossing, sometimes unaware of one another. The dream carries no urgency, only continuity. When he wakes, the feeling lingers. Time along the Silk Road feels cumulative rather than linear. Past and present coexist, informing one another. He encounters communities that actively preserve memories of long-distance trade through storytelling, festivals, and symbolic journeys reenacted annually. These practices do not seek to revive commerce, but to honor identity. Children participate eagerly, learning roles once essential to survival. They dress as merchants, guides, and scribes, performing tasks whose original context has faded, yet the meaning remains. Connection matters. The envoy understands that meaning does not require scale. Even small acts can carry symbolic weight. The Silk Road's influence persists through intention rather than volume. Political borders have shifted repeatedly along these routes, yet cultural continuity often transcends them. The envoy passes from one jurisdiction to another with minimal awareness. Administrative markers exist, but daily life flows across them. This continuity contrasts with the fragmentation of authority observed earlier. It suggests that human patterns outlast institutional frameworks. He notes that trade, when reduced, becomes selective. Certain goods retain importance due to cultural or practical necessity. Others vanish quietly, replaced by local alternatives. This simplification fosters resilience. The envoy appreciates the calm that accompanies reduced complexity. There is less to manage, fewer risks to calculate. Decisions feel grounded rather than speculative. As Section 7 progresses, the road's character feels settled, not dormant, but resting. The envoy senses that this phase may last generations or centuries. The road is patient. He prepares to continue, carrying with him an understanding shaped by observation rather than expectation. The Silk Road, in this quieter era, teaches endurance through adaptation. Before moving on, he pauses once more to look back. The path behind him is visible, though lightly worn. Ahead, it continues without promise or demand. With steady breath and unhurried steps, he resumes his journey, guided not by commerce, but by continuity, aware that the road's greatest legacy may be its capacity to remain meaningful even when it no longer dominates the world. The passage into this new phase of the journey feels different from what came before. The envoy senses not a continuation of decline, nor a return to former vitality, but the emergence of a reflective era. The Silk Road, long accustomed to being lived, worked, and depended upon, now begins to be remembered deliberately. The land itself appears unchanged at first glance. Mountains still rise with the same quiet authority. Deserts remain expansive and patient. Rivers continue to carve their paths without concern for human interpretation. Yet the human relationship to these spaces has shifted. Where the road once existed as a necessity, it now exists increasingly as a reference point. The envoy travels through regions where old routes are no longer primary arteries, but historical backbones. Paths are traced, studied, and sometimes retraced with intention rather than obligation. Movement along them is slower, more deliberate, and often accompanied by explanation. In one settlement, he encounters travelers whose purpose is not trade, governance, or survival, but understanding. They walk portions of the road to experience continuity with earlier centuries. Their packs are light, their schedules flexible, their conversations focused on observation rather than negotiation. These travelers are welcomed differently. They are asked not what they carry, but why they have come. Their presence signals a shift in how the road is valued. It is no longer merely a means, but a subject. The envoy notices that local communities adapt to this change with quiet pragmatism. Some families offer lodging not designed for caravans, but for individuals and small groups. Meals are shared communally, often accompanied by stories of the region's past. Hospitality becomes narrative-driven rather than transactional. In these stories, the Silk Road is described with care and balance. There is pride, but little exaggeration. Elders speak of prosperity and hardship with equal clarity. They emphasize endurance over triumph. This balanced memory contrasts with the grand narratives once promoted by empires seeking legitimacy through association with vast trade networks. Now, the road's history belongs more to households than to institutions. The envoy reflects on how memory itself becomes a form of exchange. Stories pass from host to guest, from older generations to younger ones. In this way, the Silk Road continues to connect people, though through recollection rather than commerce. Scholars appear more frequently along this stretch. They travel with notebooks, maps, and fragments of older texts. Their goal is not to revive trade, but to reconstruct understanding. They measure distances, record place names, and compare oral histories with written records. The envoy spends time with one such scholar who explains that the Silk Road has been oversimplified in earlier accounts. Rather than a single route, it functioned as a shifting network responsive to politics, climate, and culture. The scholar's work aims to restore complexity without romanticizing hardship. This careful approach resonates with the envoy's own observations. He has seen how the road adapts rather than disappears. Scholarship now mirrors that adaptability, seeking nuisance rather than spectacle. In some regions, remnants of infrastructure become focal points for study. Caravanserais are examined not only as architectural structures, but as social spaces. Researchers note where people slept, where animals were kept, where negotiations likely occurred. The mundane details matter. The envoy recognizes that this attention to everyday function honors the lives of those who sustained the road across centuries. It shifts focus away from rulers and toward participants. He visits a former administrative center where records once tracked tariffs, permits, and goods. The building now serves as a local archive. Children are taught to read these records as part of their education, not to enforce rules, but to understand their heritage. This educational use of the past feels gentle and inclusive. It does not demand reverence, only curiosity. The road becomes a shared reference point for identity rather than a symbol of dominance. As the envoy moves onward, he notices how mapping practices have evolved. Old maps are preserved alongside new ones. The former emphasize routes and distances. The latter highlight cultural sites, linguistic regions, and ecological zones. Together, they offer layered understanding. This layered perspective influences how people talk about the road. Instead of asking where it leads, they ask what it contains. Instead of measuring success by speed, they value depth. The envoy encounters artists who draw inspiration from the Silk Road's legacy. Their work incorporates patterns, materials, and motifs that reflect centuries of exchange. Yet these creations are not imitative. They reinterpret tradition through contemporary experience. Music heard along the way blends instruments once introduced through long-distance contact. The origins of these sounds are known, but no longer emphasized. They belong fully to the present. Food, too, reflects this blending. Recipes combine techniques and ingredients whose paths crossed generations earlier. The act of eating becomes an unconscious acknowledgement of historical connectivity. The envoy understands that such cultural persistence may be the Silk Road's most durable contribution. Trade networks dissolve, but habits endure. He observes that political authorities now engage with Silk Road heritage selectively. Some promote it for tourism, others for cultural diplomacy. The road becomes a symbol adaptable to modern agendas. Yet at the local level, such symbolism feels distant. Communities focus less on presentation and more on continuity. They maintain practices because they work, not because they attract attention. In one village, the envoy witnesses a seasonal gathering where residents clean and repair a short stretch of old road. They do not expect caravans to return. The act is symbolic, reaffirming connection to place. This maintenance of unused paths speaks to respect rather than expectation. It acknowledges the past without demanding its return. As the envoy continues, he senses that the Silk Road has entered a phase of reflection rather than action. Its energy is stored rather than spent. Its influence circulates quietly through education, art, and memory. He reflects on how roads often outlast their original purpose. Once built, they shape movement long after intentions fade. The Silk Road, however, shapes thought as much as movement. This realization brings calm. The envoy no longer measures his journey by distance or milestones. He moves with awareness that the road's meaning now lies in interpretation. He prepares to rest, aware that the next stages will explore how this remembered road interacts with modern systems of movement, power, and identity. For now, he accepts the stillness, understanding that memory itself is a form of travel, slow, deliberate, and enduring. The road continues, though now it does so in ways that are less visible to the eye and more present in systems of thought. The envoy senses that he is no longer moving only through geography, but through layers of interpretation built upon what once existed in physical form. The Silk Road has become a framework through which people explain connection, movement, and continuity in a changing world. In towns shaped by modern infrastructure, the old routes no longer determine daily travel, yet their influence lingers beneath newer surfaces. Roads paved with stone or asphalt often follow ancient contours. Rail lines curve where caravans once avoided steep terrain. The logic of earlier travelers still guides present decisions, even when forgotten. The envoy observes how planners and engineers consult historical records, not out of sentiment, but practicality. Ancient paths reveal where land permits passage, where water is accessible, where weather patterns allow movement. The past becomes a resource, not a relic. This pragmatic relationship to history feels balanced. It neither glorifies nor dismisses what came before. Instead, it treats the Silk Road as accumulated knowledge, refined through centuries of trial and error. In universities and research centers, the Silk Road appears in curricula that cross disciplines. Historians study it alongside economists. Geographers work with linguists, environmental scholars examine how ancient trade influenced land use and settlement patterns. The envoy attends a lecture where a professor explains that the Silk Road should be understood as a process rather than a place. It emerges when conditions allow exchange and recedes when they do not. This dynamic view reframes history as adaptive rather than linear. Students listen quietly, taking notes not only on facts, but on relationships. They are taught to see the road as a case study in resilience, cooperation, and unintended consequence. Outside academic spaces, this conceptualization filters into public discourse. Journalists reference the Silk Road when discussing globalization, regional integration, or cultural hybridity. The term becomes shorthand for complex interaction across difference. The envoy notes that while this usage sometimes simplifies reality, it also keeps the road relevant. Language adapts, as it always has, repurposing familiar symbols to explain new conditions. In cultural institutions, exhibitions present the Silk Road through objects that emphasize everyday life rather than grand trade. Simple tools, fragments of clothing, handwritten notes. These artifacts shift attention away from wealth toward human experience. Visitors move slowly through these spaces, reading descriptions carefully. They linger not on rarity, but on familiarity. The past feels approachable, not distant. The envoy senses that this approach fosters empathy. By focusing on ordinary participants rather than exceptional figures, it invites viewers to imagine themselves within the flow of history. He travels onward to regions where modernization has accelerated rapidly. Here, new buildings rise alongside preserved structures. The contrast is visible, but not confrontational. Old and new coexist through negotiated space. In such places, the Silk Road is invoked as a reminder that the change is not unprecedented. Communities have adapted before, absorbing external influence while retaining coherence. This perspective reduces anxiety about transformation. The envoy observes how local leaders reference historical connectivity when addressing contemporary challenges. They frame integration not as loss of identity, but as continuation of long-standing openness. This framing influences policy. Infrastructure projects emphasize linkage rather than isolation. Education programs promote multilingualism. Cultural initiatives encourage exchange rather than preservation through exclusion. The Silk Road, as an idea, supports these choices by offering historical precedent. It legitimizes cooperation without denying complexity. In business circles, the road is referenced cautiously. Executives acknowledge its symbolic power while recognizing differences between ancient and modern economies. Still, the metaphor persists. The envoy listens to discussions about supply chains, logistics, and risk. Though the technologies differ, the underlying concerns feel familiar. Distance, reliability, trust. These were once negotiated by caravans. Now they are managed digitally. Yet, even with advanced systems, unpredictability remains. Weather, politics, and human behavior continue to influence outcomes. The Silk Road's lessons about adaptability retain relevance. In conversations with merchants operating across borders, the envoy hears echoes of older practices. Relationships matter, reputation endures, agreements rely on more than contracts. These merchants do not romanticize the past. They acknowledge efficiencies gained through modern systems, but they also recognize that trust, once established, remains central. The envoy realizes that while physical roots fade, relational networks persist. The Silk Road's true infrastructure may always have been social. He encounters communities actively reviving segments of the road for cultural tourism. These efforts are careful, modest in scale. Paths are cleared, signs installed, guides trained. The focus is educational rather than commercial. Visitors are encouraged to walk slowly, to listen, to learn. The experience emphasizes context over spectacle. Local residents participate willingly, sharing knowledge without performance. They speak of ancestors, of routines, of adaptation. Their tone is steady, neither promotional nor defensive. The envoy appreciates this restraint. It suggests confidence in identity rather than anxiety about relevance. In rural areas, he sees how the road influences land management. Fields are aligned with ancient irrigation systems. Livestock routes mirror historic patterns. These choices reflect accumulated wisdom rather than nostalgia. Elders explain that certain practices persist because they remain effective. The road taught people where to build, where to rest, where to avoid. That knowledge is still applied. The envoy reflects on how memory functions differently when embedded in daily action rather than ceremonial display. The Silk Road lives here through habit. As he continues, he becomes aware of a subtle shift in how time is experienced. Past and present overlap continuously. There is no sharp boundary between then and now. This continuity creates a sense of calm. Change feels manageable because it unfolds within a familiar framework. The envoy senses that the Silk Road, in this phase, serves as orientation rather than direction. It helps people situate themselves within broader patterns. He considers how this contrasts with earlier eras, when the road dictated movement. Now, it informs understanding. This evolution does not diminish its importance. It transforms it. As night falls, the envoy rests in a place where ancient stones form the foundation of a modern dwelling. He feels grounded, aware that layers of history support present life. He understands that the Silk Road's endurance lies not in revival of form, but in persistence of function. It continues to connect, to contextualize, to remind. With this awareness, he prepares for the next stage, knowing that the road ahead will explore how remembered connectivity shapes future possibilities. For now, he rests, steady in the knowledge that the Silk Road remains alive, not as a path demanding travel, but as a structure shaping thought. Quietly, and persistently. The journey now enters a space where past, present, and future no longer feel separated by clear lines. The envoy senses that the Silk Road, having transformed into memory and framework, is beginning to act as projection. It is no longer only something recalled or studied, but something imagined forward. In the places he visits, people speak of the future, using language shaped by the road's history. They talk about connection rather than dominance, exchange rather than conquest, patience rather than speed. These are not slogans, but habits of thought formed over long experience. The envoy notices that when communities plan ahead, they often reference what endured rather than what expanded fastest. Longevity matters more than scale. Balance is valued over intensity. This mindset feels deeply rooted in the Silk Road's long arc. He walks through a region where new transport infrastructure is under development. Engineers explain that routes are chosen carefully, not only for efficiency, but for sustainability. They avoid fragile landscapes that once collapsed under overuse. They study ancient failures as closely as ancient successes. This attention reflects a quiet humility. The past is treated as teacher, not as decoration. Mistakes are acknowledged without shame, successes without triumphalism. The envoy senses that this approach represents a maturation in how societies relate to their own history. The Silk Road's story is no longer simplified into glory or decline. It is accepted as complex, uneven, human. In educational settings, children learn about the road not as a singular achievement, but as an evolving system shaped by countless decisions. They are encouraged to think critically, to ask why routes shifted, why cities rose and fell, why cooperation sometimes succeeded and sometimes failed. This emphasis on inquiry rather than reverence equips them to face uncertainty. The envoy recognizes that the Silk Road's greatest gift may be this intellectual resilience. In discussions about global challenges, climate change, migration, resource distribution, the Silk Road is often invoked as a reminder that interconnected systems require shared responsibility. No region thrives in isolation for long. No route remains viable without care. The envoy listens as planners describe future corridors of exchange, combining physical infrastructure with digital connectivity. They acknowledge that while technologies differ, the underlying principle remains. Movement creates opportunity only when accompanied by trust and understanding. This acknowledgement feels grounded rather than idealistic. It arises from long observation of what sustained the road across centuries. He travels through areas where communities experiment with cooperative models inspired by historical trade practices. Local markets emphasize reciprocity. Agreements prioritize long-term relationships over immediate profit. These initiatives are small, tentative, but sincere. They do not claim to revive the Silk Road. They adapt its logic to contemporary scale. The envoy reflects on how memory becomes active when it informs behavior rather than remaining static. The Silk Road, once preserved in archives and museums, now influences choice. In cultural spaces, artists explore the road's future-facing symbolism. Their works imagine not caravans, but networks of care, not empires, but conversations. The imagery is subtle, restrained. Music composed in these regions blends traditional motifs with modern structures, creating compositions that feel open-ended. They do not resolve quickly. They linger, inviting reflection. The envoy senses that this aesthetic mirrors a broader shift. The future is approached with caution, not fear. There is awareness that acceleration without reflection risks collapse. He visits a gathering where representatives from different regions meet to discuss shared environmental concerns. The Silk Road is referenced not as route, but as precedent for cooperation across difference. Participants speak slowly, deliberately. Translation is patient. Silence is respected. The pace contrasts sharply with the urgency often associated with modern decision-making. The envoy recognizes that such spaces embody the road's deeper rhythm. Progress occurs through sustained engagement, not haste. He walks through landscapes where restoration projects aim to heal damage caused by earlier exploitation. Old irrigation systems are repaired using a blend of traditional knowledge and modern science. Vegetation is reintroduced gradually. These efforts acknowledge that past trade brought both prosperity and strain. Repair becomes part of inheritance. The envoy senses that this willingness to address harm reflects ethical growth informed by historical awareness. The Silk Road's legacy is not sanitized. It is integrated. In conversations with elders, he hears cautious optimism. They do not expect grand revival. They speak instead of continuity through care, of passing down values rather than routes. They emphasize that connection must be chosen repeatedly. It does not sustain itself automatically. The envoy reflects on how this mirrors the road's earliest formation. It was not planned fully in advance. It emerged through repeated decisions to reach outward rather than inward. That choice remains relevant. As night falls, the envoy rests in a place where modern lights illuminate ancient stones. The contrast feels gentle, not jarring. Past and present share space without competing. He understands now that the Silk Road's future lies not in replication, but in interpretation. Each generation reshapes its meaning according to circumstance. This realization brings quiet assurance. The road's endurance is not threatened by change. It depends on it. The envoy prepares to continue, aware that the next phase will explore how this inherited understanding influences identity in an increasingly interconnected world. For now, he remains still, breathing evenly, allowing the long echo of the road to settle. The Silk Road, once traced by feet and hooves, now travels through thought and intention. Its path is no longer fixed, but its presence remains steady, guiding those willing to listen. The journey enters a phase shaped less by movement and more by self-recognition. The envoy senses that the Silk Road, having passed through eras of trade, memory, and reinterpretation, now influences how communities understand who they are. Identity here is not fixed or singular. It is layered, shaped by long exposure to exchange. As he travels, the envoy notices that people describe themselves with reference to place rather than boundary. They speak of valleys, rivers, plains, and passes more often than nations or borders. Geography remains the most enduring marker of belonging. Political lines may change, but land remains. In these regions, identity is rarely framed as exclusive. Individuals acknowledge multiple influences without conflict. Language, dress, and custom reflect centuries of interaction. A greeting may carry elements from different traditions, combined so naturally that origins no longer require explanation. The envoy recognizes that this blended identity did not emerge suddenly. It formed through repetition, through generations accustomed to coexistence. The Silk Road normalized difference by making it ordinary. He listens to conversations in markets where vendors switch languages effortlessly. This ability is not performed, it is practical. Communication adapts to context, prioritizing understanding over purity. Such fluidity challenges rigid definitions of culture. Here, identity is understood as relational. It emerges through interaction rather than isolation. The envoy observes that this perspective influences how conflicts are addressed. Disputes are resolved with reference to shared history. People remind one another of past cooperation. Memory functions as stabilizer. Elders play an important role in maintaining this balance. They recount stories of how families once relied on strangers for survival. These narratives discourage fear of the unfamiliar. The envoy reflects on how identity shaped by the Silk Road differs from identities formed in isolation. It appears more flexible, less defensive. Change is expected, not resisted. He visits a school where students study regional history through family narratives. Each child contributes a story tracing movement or exchange in their lineage. The exercise reveals overlapping paths rather than separate origins. Teachers emphasize that no story stands alone. Each intersects with others. Identity becomes networked rather than linear. This approach fosters empathy. Students learn to see difference as variation within a shared pattern rather than division. The envoy notices that art produced in these communities reflects this understanding. Paintings and textiles incorporate motifs from multiple traditions without hierarchy. No element dominates. Balance is central. Music performed at local gatherings blends rhythms and scales originating from distant regions. The musicians do not label these influences. They play what feels familiar. Food follows the same pattern. Ingredients introduced centuries ago remain essential. Recipes evolve slowly, absorbing change without rupture. The envoy senses that such continuity provides emotional security. People feel anchored despite external shifts. Their identity adapts without dissolving. In conversations about modern challenges, this adaptive identity proves resilient. Migration, technological change, and economic uncertainty are discussed without alarm. They are framed as new layers rather than threats. The envoy realizes that the Silk Road's long history of flux has prepared these communities for uncertainty. change feels familiar. He encounters individuals who have left and returned. They speak of feeling recognized upon return, not judged for absence. Identity here accommodates movement. This contrasts with places where belonging depends on permanence. Along the Silk Road, absence does not negate connection. The envoy notes that such openness does not imply lack of boundaries. Communities maintain norms and expectations. However, these are flexible, negotiated, rather than enforced rigidly. Rituals adapt accordingly. Ceremonies incorporate new elements gradually. Tradition is preserved through evolution. He reflects on how identity shaped by exchange differs from identity defined by exclusion. It relies on the memory of cooperation rather than fear of loss. As he travels onward, the envoy senses that this identity framework offers lessons beyond the region. It suggests that cohesion can emerge from openness rather than uniformity. He rests in a place where multiple faiths share space respectfully. Religious identity here emphasizes practice rather than doctrine. Rituals coexist without competition. The envoy recognizes that centuries of coexistence along trade routes fostered this tolerance. Survival required accommodation. This pragmatic tolerance persists even when trade diminishes. It has become part of self-understanding. He observes that younger generations inherit this outlook naturally. They do not frame diversity as special. It is simply how life is. The envoy feels calm in this environment. Identity here does not demand constant affirmation. It exists quietly, confidently. As night falls, he reflects on how the Silk Road shaped not only economies and cultures, but ways of being. Its legacy endures in attitudes toward difference, movement, and change. He prepares to continue, knowing that the next part will explore how this identity interacts with modern global narratives. For now, he rests within a sense of belonging that feels expansive rather than restrictive. The envoy continues his journey with a growing awareness that identity along the Silk Road is not something inherited intact, but something practiced daily. It is expressed through choices, gestures, and relationships rather than declarations. Belonging here feels less like a label and more like a rhythm. In villages shaped by centuries of passage, the envoy notices how people situate themselves in conversation. They speak first of their craft, their land, or their family roles, and only later, if at all, of broader affiliations. Identity begins with contribution rather than category. This emphasis reflects a long-standing necessity. Along routes where travelers arrived constantly, trust depended on what one could offer rather than where one came from. Skill mattered. Reliability mattered. Identity was earned through action. The envoy sees how this mindset persists, even as the scale of movement has changed. People still assess one another by conduct. Reputation travels faster than origin. He spends time with artisans whose techniques combine influences layered over generations. A potter explains that certain shapes came from one direction, certain glazes from another. Over time, these distinctions blurred. What remains is what works. The potter does not frame this blending as loss. He sees it as refinement, each edition tested, retained, or discarded based on usefulness and beauty. Identity, in this sense, is iterative. The envoy reflects on how this process mirrors the road itself. Routes adjusted continually, detours became main paths, abandoned trails left traces, nothing remained fixed. In community gatherings, the envoy notices that stories emphasize journeys rather than origins. Ancestors are remembered for movement, where they went, who they met, what they learned. Stillness appears rarely in these narratives. This focus on movement shapes how people perceive themselves. They see identity as something that unfolds rather than something completed. The envoy listens as one elder explains that to belong is to know how to adapt without forgetting. Memory provides continuity. Adaptation ensures survival. Both are necessary. In these regions, the idea of purity feels irrelevant. Attempts to define culture narrowly are met with confusion rather than resistance. Such definitions do not align with lived experience. The envoy realizes that along the Silk Road, exposure to difference was not occasional, it was constant. Over time, difference ceased to be remarkable. This normalization influences how communities respond to outsiders today. Visitors are greeted with curiosity rather than suspicion. Questions are practical, not defensive. The envoy experiences this directly. He is asked where he has traveled, what he has observed, what he thinks. He is not asked to declare allegiance. In schools, children are taught multiple histories that intersect rather than compete. Lessons emphasize how events affected different groups simultaneously. This approach prevents singular narratives from dominating. Teachers encourage students to see history as layered, composed of overlapping perspectives. Identity emerges from understanding these layers rather than choosing one. The envoy observes that this educational method reduces conflict. Students learn to hold complexity without anxiety. Ambiguity becomes acceptable. He notices that public spaces reflect this openness. Architecture incorporates styles from different periods without hierarchy. Old structures are preserved alongside new ones without forcing uniformity. Such coexistence creates visual reminders that identity is cumulative. Each generation adds without arising. The envoy encounters individuals who actively navigate multiple identities depending on context. A merchant may emphasize regional affiliation in one setting, professional role in another. This flexibility is not seen as inconsistency, but competence. Along the Silk Road, the ability to shift perspective was essential. Negotiation required empathy. Survival required understanding multiple norms. This skill remains valuable in the modern world. The envoy recognizes it as a form of cultural literacy developed through long exposure to exchange. He attends a gathering where representatives from different communities discuss shared concerns. The discussion is slow, deliberate. Participants listen carefully. Aware that misunderstanding carries consequences, the envoy senses that this attentiveness is learned behavior, passed down through generations, accustomed to navigating difference. In moments of disagreement, speakers reference shared challenges rather than fixed positions. They seek common ground, not victory. This approach does not eliminate conflict, but it contains it. Disputes remain local, manageable. The envoy reflects on how identity shaped by the Silk Road resists polarization. It values nuance over absolutes. He encounters religious leaders who emphasize ethical practice over doctrinal boundaries. Their teachings focus on hospitality, fairness, and humility, values reinforced by centuries of coexistence. Faith here functions as guide rather than divider. Rituals coexist, sometimes overlapping in space and time. The envoy notes that this pluralism is not ideological. It emerged from necessity when survival depended on cooperation. Tolerance followed naturally. Even as trade declined, these habits persisted. They became part of identity. He listens to young people describe their aspirations. Many speak of movement, studying elsewhere, working abroad, returning with experience. Movement is not seen as threat to belonging. The envoy understands that this openness reflects confidence. Identity here is not fragile. He observes that when people return, they are reintegrated easily. Their experiences are valued. Absence is treated as extension, not rupture. This cyclical movement reinforces continuity. The Silk Road's logic of departure and return remains embedded. As the envoy travels onward, he senses that identity along these routes offers an alternative model for modern societies grappling with diversity. It suggests that cohesion can emerge from practice rather than prescription. Belonging here is active. It requires participation, listening, adjustment. It is not granted automatically, but it is accessible. The envoy feels a deep calm in this understanding. Identity does not need constant defense. It evolves through engagement. As evening settles, he rests among people who share space without demanding sameness. He recognizes that the Silk Road's enduring influence lies not only in connection across distance, but in connection across difference. This realization prepares him for the next phase, where identity, shaped by long exchange encounters, global narratives that often favor simplification. For now, he remains within a landscape of belonging that feels expansive, patient, and quietly resilient. The envoy moves onward with the sense that identity along the Silk Road is neither fixed nor fleeting. It behaves like water, contained by landscape, shaped by boundaries, yet always capable of movement. This understanding deepens as he travels through regions where modern influences intersect gently with inherited ways of life. In towns that have grown around new industries or transportation links, the envoy notices how people integrate change without abandoning continuity. New occupations emerge alongside older crafts. Technology enters daily routines quietly, without ceremony. The past is not displaced, it is rearranged. Residents speak of adaptation as something familiar. They do not frame it as loss or disruption. Instead, they describe it as adjustment. a word that carries neither fear nor pride. Adjustment implies attentiveness, the willingness to respond rather than resist. The envoy observes that this attitude toward change shapes identity profoundly. People here do not define themselves by what they oppose. They define themselves by what they maintain while accommodating what arrives. He spends time with families whose livelihoods have shifted over generations, from caravan support to agriculture, from agriculture to services, from services to digital work. Each transition is remembered not as rupture, but as sequence. Identity stretches to include each phase. In conversation, elders emphasize that survival has always depended on flexibility. Along the Silk Road, no condition remained constant for long. Weather changed. Authorities changed. Routes shifted. Those who endured learned to adapt without losing coherence. This lesson continues to guide behavior. When faced with uncertainty, communities draw on memory rather than ideology. They ask what has worked before and why. The envoy notices that identity here is rarely asserted loudly. There is little need for slogans or declarations. Belonging is demonstrated through participation, through showing up, contributing, listening. This quiet confidence contrasts with environments where identity feels threatened. Along the Silk Road, long exposure to difference has reduced fear of dilution. Influence does not erase, it accumulates. The envoy visits a cultural center where local history is presented not as a single narrative, but as a collection of intersecting stories. Exhibits encourage visitors to trace connections between events rather than memorize dates. This approach reinforces the idea that identity emerges through relationship. No story stands alone. Each depends on others for context. Children visiting the center ask questions not about heroes, but about everyday life. How people traveled, how they shared meals, how they resolved misunderstandings. These details matter. The envoy recognizes that such curiosity reflects a grounded sense of self. When identity feels secure, it can afford to explore complexity. He travels through neighborhoods where newcomers settle easily. They bring customs that blend gradually with the local practice. There is no expectation of immediate assimilation nor rigid separation. Over time, shared routines form. Markets adjust. Language adapts. Identity expands quietly. The envoy reflects on how this process mirrors ancient patterns. Traders once arrived from distant places, stayed for seasons or generations, and left traces. Their presence reshaped local culture subtly, without erasing it. That same mechanism continues, even in a different context. He attends a communal meal where dishes reflect multiple influences. No one explains the origins. They are simply enjoyed. Identity here is tasted rather than theorized. Music plays softly in the background, blending familiar melodies with newer rhythms. The transition is seamless. No one marks the difference. The envoy senses that such blending requires trust. Trust that identity will endure without strict protection. This trust has been cultivated over centuries. In discussions about governance, this perspective influences expectations. People prefer systems that allow local interpretation rather than rigid enforcement. They value discretion informed by understanding. The envoy observes that this preference stems from long experience with distant authorities. When power shifted frequently, communities learned to preserve autonomy through adaptability rather than confrontation. Identity, in this sense, becomes a shield that bends rather than breaks. He listens to young adults discuss their future. Many envision paths that involve movement, education elsewhere, temporary work abroad, collaboration across borders. Yet they speak of return as natural, not obligatory. Belonging is not diminished by absence. It waits patiently. The envoy recognizes that this understanding reduces anxiety around departure. Movement is not betrayal. It is continuation. He encounters individuals who have adopted new identities in other places, professional, cultural, linguistic, without losing connection to their origins. These layered identities coexist without conflict. Such multiplicity feels natural here. The Silk Road trained people to hold more than one perspective at once. The envoy notes that this capacity offers resilience in a world where identities are often pressured into singular forms. Here, multiplicity is strength. He reflects on how identity shaped by exchange fosters empathy. When difference is familiar, it becomes less threatening. When movement is normal, stasis is not demanded. As he travels further, the envoy senses that identity along the Silk Road operates like a compass rather than an anchor. It provides orientation without preventing motion. This distinction feels important. Anchors secure by fixing position, compasses guide by direction. The Silk Road's legacy favors guidance over fixation. In moments of uncertainty, people refer not to rigid rules, but to shared values shaped by history. Hospitality, fairness, patience. These values guide decisions without prescribing outcomes. The envoy observes that such values are taught implicitly. Children learn them through participation rather than instruction. They observe how adults interact, resolve conflict, welcome strangers. Identity thus becomes embodied. It is practiced rather than proclaimed. He spends time reflecting on how this contrasts with identity narratives that emphasize exclusion. Along the Silk Road, identity developed through necessity of cooperation. Difference was unavoidable. Accommodation became habit. This habit persists even when conditions change. It becomes culture. As night falls, the envoy rests among people who speak softly of themselves and openly of others. There is no urgency to define, only a willingness to engage. He senses that identity here is not something to defend, but something to live. This understanding brings calm. The Silk Road's influence on identity has produced communities comfortable with motion and rest alike. The envoy prepares to continue, aware that the next phase will examine how these identities encounter global pressures that often favor simplification. For now, he remains within a space where identity is allowed to breathe. shaped by connection, sustained by memory, and open to what comes next. The envoy enters the final phase of the journey with a sense of calm that feels earned rather than assumed. The road beneath him has taught patience through repetition, acceptance through change, and continuity through adaptation. Now, the movement forward is less about reaching new places and more about settling into understanding. The landscape opens gradually, valleys widen, horizons soften, and the sense of urgency that once defined travel along the Silk Road has fully dissolved. What remains is a gentle awareness of passage, of having crossed not only distances, but eras. The envoy notices that people along this stretch speak less about movement and more about presence. They describe their days in terms of cycles, light and dark, planting and harvest, work and rest. Time is measured not by milestones, but by rhythm. This rhythm feels deeply rooted. It is not imposed by external systems, but shaped by familiarity with land and community. The Silk Road's long history of movement has settled into stillness without disappearing. It has simply changed tempo. The envoy reflects on how roads often end not with barriers, but with integration. The Silk Road does not conclude at a gate or a border. It fades into daily life, becoming indistinguishable from the places it once connected. He walks through towns where the road is no longer marked clearly. Stones once aligned for guidance now form foundations for homes. Paths once worn smooth by caravans now serve as local thoroughfares. The extraordinary has become ordinary. This transformation feels appropriate. The Silk Road was never meant to remain separate from life. It existed to serve it. The envoy senses that memory here is quiet. People do not recount the past, often unless asked. When they do, their tone is measured. There is no need to impress or justify. The road's importance is assumed rather than asserted. He sits with elders who speak of long ago travelers as if they were neighbors. Their stories are grounded in detail: what people ate, how they rested, how they argued and reconciled. These accounts humanize the past. The envoy understands that such memory resists myth. It keeps history accessible and honest. The Silk Road is remembered not as legend, but as lived experience. As he continues, he notices that the road's influence persists in subtle choices. People favor cooperation over competition. They value patience over speed. These preferences are not articulated as principles. They are habits formed through long exposure to exchange. The envoy reflects on how habits endure longer than systems. Empires rise and fall, trade routes shift, but ways of relating persist quietly. He observes that hospitality remains central. Guests are welcomed without expectation of return. The act itself is sufficient. This practice feels like inheritance rather than obligation. In shared meals, conversation flows slowly. Silence is allowed. No one rushes to fill it. This comfort with quiet suggests confidence in connection. The envoy senses that the Silk Road's long history has taught people that not all value is transactional. Some exchanges matter simply because they occur. He walks through fields where ancient irrigation patterns still guide water. The systems have been repaired, modified, and maintained across generations. Their continued use reflects respect for the knowledge accumulated over time. This continuity feels grounding. The envoy recognizes that the road's legacy includes not only movement, but settlement, knowing when to stop as much as when to go. In these places, the concept of destination loses relevance. Life is not framed as a journey towards something else. It unfolds where one stands. The envoy realizes that this perspective offers resolution. The Silk Road's story does not require a dramatic ending. It concludes through integration. He reflects on how modern narratives often seek closure, clear beginnings and endings. The Silk Road resists this structure. It dissolves into the present. This dissolution does not erase meaning, it deepens it. The road becomes context rather than content. The envoy notices that people here rarely speak of legacy. They focus on care, maintaining what they have, teaching what they know, listening to what changes. Legacy emerges indirectly through these actions. It does not require intention. As evening approaches, the envoy rests in a place where the road once converged with many paths. Now, it serves as a quiet intersection for local movement. Children play nearby. Their laughter fills the space once occupied by negotiation and planning. The envoy watches without nostalgia. The scene feels complete. He understands that the Silk Road's endurance lies in its ability to become invisible, to embed itself so fully in life that it no longer needs recognition. This realization brings a deep sense of rest. The journey has not led to an endpoint, but to understanding. The envoy reflects on all that has been observed. Movement giving way to memory, memory shaping identity, identity guiding future choices. The Silk Road has transformed through each phase without losing coherence. He senses that this coherence arises from flexibility rather than rigidity. The road survived because it adapted. Its legacy survives because it remains open to reinterpretation. As night settles, stars appear overhead, unchanged by centuries of travel beneath them. The envoy feels connected to all who walked before, not through distance, but through shared presence. He prepares to rest, knowing that the final parts of this section will bring gentle closure, not through conclusion, but through stillness. For now, he breathes evenly, grounded in the quiet after the crossing, aware that the Silk Road's greatest journey may be the one it takes within those who remember, understand, and continue, without urgency, without demand, and without end. The envoy wakes before dawn, not because of obligation, but because the quiet invites awareness. The road no longer pulls him forward. It rests beneath his feet, content to remain where it is. In this stillness, he understands that the Silk Road's final lesson is not about movement, but about release. As light slowly gathers on the horizon, the landscape appears softened by familiarity. Nothing demands attention. Everything offers it. The envoy walks without destination, guided only by the ease of the path and the gentle unfolding of the day. In this region, the road is no longer named. People do not point it out. They walk upon it without reference. It exists as ground rather than concept. This anonymity feels like completion rather than loss. The envoy reflects on how significance often fades into usefulness. What once carried empire and ambition now supports daily life. This transition feels natural, even necessary. The road has fulfilled its role and settled into quiet service. He observes that people here orient themselves less by maps and more by familiarity. Directions are given in relation to trees, buildings, and memories. The language of navigation is personal rather than abstract. This intimacy with place suggests a different relationship to space. The road is not something to be mastered, it is something to be known. The envoy sits with farmers who speak of weather patterns learned from observation rather than record. They describe how certain winds signal rain, how soil responds to foot traffic, how paths shift subtly with seasons. These insights, passed down orally, feel like echoes of the Silk Road's practical intelligence. Knowledge, once essential for long-distance travel, now supports local continuity. He notices that people here rarely speak of the future in concrete terms. They plan for seasons, not decades. Their expectations are grounded, flexible. This approach reduces anxiety. The envoy understands that centuries of uncertainty taught these communities to focus on what they can tend directly. The road once extended possibility outward. Now it reinforces presence. In the afternoons, he watches children play along stretches of the old route. They run freely, unaware of the path's former importance. Their games do not trace history deliberately, yet they inhabit it fully. This unself-conscious continuity feels profound. The Silk Road has become environment rather than event. The envoy senses that memory here is held collectively, not individually. No single person claims authority over the past. It belongs to shared experience, embedded in routine. This collective memory resists distortion. It remains modest, grounded in daily life, rather than grand narratives. He reflects on how such memory contrasts with the written histories that often emphasize peaks and turning points. Along the road's quiet end, history flows gently, without punctuation. As he walks further, the envoy encounters places where the road disappears entirely, absorbed into fields or overgrown with grass. There is no attempt to preserve these segments visibly. Instead, preservation occurs through use. Paths are maintained where needed and allowed to fade where not. This selective care reflects wisdom rather than neglect. The envoy recognizes that not all continuity requires conservation. Sometimes, letting go preserves integrity. In conversation, locals express little concern for whether outsiders remember the road. Their sense of meaning does not depend on recognition. It exists independently. This self-sufficiency feels earned. After centuries of facilitating others' movement, the road has returned attention inward. The envoy senses that this inward turn does not isolate, it stabilizes. Communities here remain open to visitors, but they do not depend on them. Hospitality continues, but without performance. Guests are welcomed into daily life rather than accommodated separately. This integration feels sincere. The envoy shares meals prepared simply, using ingredients grown nearby. There is no emphasis on tradition or innovation. Food reflects availability and care. He notices that conversations unfold slowly. There is no urgency to conclude. Time stretches comfortably. This pace allows reflection to arise naturally. The envoy considers how the Silk Road once compressed time, accelerating exchange. Now, it expands it. He understands that both states are necessary. Acceleration brings discovery. Deceleration brings integration. As evening approaches, the envoy walks toward a place where multiple paths once converged. Now, it functions as a meeting point for locals. People gather casually, exchanging news, sharing silence. There is no marker commemorating the road's history. None is needed. The space continues to serve its purpose. The envoy realizes that the Silk Road's final transformation is into habit. It shapes how people gather, rest, and interact without conscious reference. This realization feels deeply restful. The road no longer asks to be followed. It invites dwelling. The envoy reflects on his own journey. He has moved from observing movement to inhabiting stillness. The transition feels complete. He senses that the Silk Road story does not end with disappearance, but with absorption. It becomes part of the ground from which life continues. As night deepens, the envoy rests under a sky unchanged by centuries of passage. The stars remain steady and distant. He understands that the Silk Road's greatest achievement may be its ability to relinquish prominence without losing relevance. It taught connection, then stepped aside. This humility feels like wisdom earned through time. The envoy breathes slowly, aware that nothing more is required of the road or of him. The journey has not concluded with closure, but with ease. He recognizes that the Silk Road persists wherever people choose patience over haste, cooperation over isolation, and memory over spectacle. In this quiet, the envoy finds resolution, not as an ending, but as a settling. The road is no longer ahead or behind. It is beneath, within, and around. And in that silence, the Silk Road remains complete. The final movement of the journey does not feel like departure. It feels like settling into place. The envoy understands now that the Silk Road does not conclude with a destination, nor does it vanish when travel slows. It remains as a pattern of attention, a way of being present in the world. He wakes gently, without urgency. Morning arrives, as it always has, light spreading gradually across land, shaped by centuries of footsteps. The road beneath him does not announce itself. It no longer needs to. The envoy walks slowly, not because he is tired, but because speed has lost relevance. Each step feels sufficient. The land offers no instruction except to continue noticing. In this final phase, the Silk Road reveals its most subtle form. It is no longer carried by merchants envoys, or pilgrims. It is carried by habits, how people greet one another, how they share space, how they pause before acting. The envoy watches daily life unfold. Doors open early, work begins without ceremony. Conversations are brief but warm. There is no sense of performance. Life proceeds as it has learned to proceed. He recognizes that the road has trained these rhythms. Centuries of interaction taught people when to speak and when to listen, when to move and when to wait. Those lessons persist even when their origins are forgotten. The envoy sits beside a path that once led far beyond the horizon. Now, it connects homes, fields, and gathering places. Its scale has changed, but its function has not. It still enables connection. Children walk along it on their way to lessons. Elders rest beside it in the afternoon. Visitors follow it briefly before turning away toward their own destinations. The road accommodates all without distinction. This openness feels like fulfillment. The Silk Road has become inclusive, not by expansion, but by integration. The envoy reflects on how roads often seek recognition. Names, monuments, boundaries. This road has relinquished all of that. It exists through use, rather than acknowledgement. In doing so, it has achieved a rare continuity. It does not depend on memory alone. It is renewed through presence. The envoy listens to conversations that reference the past casually, without emphasis. Stories arise naturally, woven into discussion of weather, work, and family. History is not separated from life. It is embedded. This embedding prevents distortion. The Silk Road is remembered not as an abstraction, but as experience passed down in fragments. How to host a stranger, how to negotiate fairly, how to recover after loss. The envoy recognizes that such fragments form a durable inheritance. They adapt easily to new contexts because they are practical. He walks through spaces where the road once supported vast movement. Now, these spaces support care. Gardens flourish where caravans once rested. Wells still provide water, maintained with quiet diligence. This continuity of care feels like the road's final gift. It taught people to tend what sustains movement and life. The envoy notices that conflict, when it arises, is addressed patiently. Disagreements are discussed with reference to shared routines rather than rigid positions. Solutions favor balance. This approach reflects long familiarity with diversity. Along the Silk Road, no single perspective ever dominated completely. Compromise became necessity. The envoy understands that this skill remains vital, even as contexts change. The ability to navigate difference persists. He reflects on the road's transformation from artery of exchange to foundation of coexistence. Each phase required different strengths. Each was met. As evening approaches, the envoy walks toward a place where the road becomes indistinguishable from the surrounding land. There is no marker to indicate transition. It simply blends. He pauses here, sensing that this blending represents the road's final state. It no longer stands apart. It supports quietly. The envoy feels no need to go further. There is nothing left to seek. The journey has led not to an answer, but to understanding. He realizes that the Silk Road's enduring presence lies in its refusal to end dramatically. It does not collapse or conclude. It settles. This settling allows others to move forward without carrying the weight of expectation. The road does not demand revival. It does not insist on remembrance. It allows choice. The envoy sits and rests, aware that his role too is complete. He has observed, learned, and absorbed. There is nothing left to record. In this stillness, he senses the road continuing, not ahead, but within the people who live along it, within the practices they maintain, within the patience they exhibit. The Silk Road now exists wherever connection is approached with care, wherever movement respects context, wherever memory guides without constraining. This realization feels gentle and sufficient. Night falls slowly. Stars appear, steady and distant, unchanged by all that has passed beneath them. The envoy looks upward, feeling neither small nor large, simply present. He understands that the Silk Road's story does not belong to the past alone, nor to the future exclusively. It belongs to continuity itself. The road has taught how to move, how to pause, how to receive, and how to let go. These lessons require no path to remain relevant. As the envoy closes his eyes, he does not imagine departure or arrival. He rests within the understanding that the journey has become part of him, just as it became part of the land. The Silk Road remains, not as a route demanding travel, not as a symbol demanding reverence, but as a quiet alignment between people, place, and time. And in that alignment, the story is complete.